Rod Meldrum, the man, the myth, the legend. Dude, it's so good to talk to you again.
It's a pleasure to be here with you, Dave. I've enjoyed our last. It's been a while since we did one, huh?
It was
Together
last summer. It was right
last
after the
summer.
sale of like Heartland and some of those sites in Nauvoo. And that was
Yeah.
the first time we got to speak on air. And I mean, I absolutely had a blast. And
Basically we're just doing our thing, right?
that's it. We're just having a conversation.
We're just
So before we get into the evidence, like, how did you get into this? Right? Because you're like, to my knowledge, we know that Sorensen did some work in South and Central America, and that was kind of
yeah.
his model. But like the kind of the original understanding of the Book of Mormon, especially when you look at some quotes by Joseph Smith, the one when he's on Zion's Camp March come to mind. But really, there's a long gap in history within the church and within Mormonism in general that, oh, it happened in South America. So what got you going here on the Heartland model to begin with?
Well, really, I have to give credit to my parents. It's kind of like Nephi of old. I was born of goodly parents, and my dad served a mission in the Central States Mission, and he served for 3 years and didn't have a single convert baptism. And he came back kind of dejected, went to BY Academy and met my mom. She's from St. Louis,
Okay.
and they decided, you know what, if we can't, my dad said, if I can't have any converts to the church, on my mission, maybe I can raise up a few. So
Sure.
my mom and dad were really committed. I mean, I have to give complete credit to them. They followed the gospel. We got up every morning. We had scriptures. I read the Book of Mormon as a family or with my family, probably a dozen times before I even got to be about 16 or 17 years old. They always encouraged us to do that. We had these cassette tapes. Remember, those of you who are old enough to remember what a cassette tape
I
is,
remember what a
actually.
cassette tape is. Yeah.
they, and they had these dramatized things. So I really grew up learning and knowing the stories and some of the doctrines. And every time we would read this, and I would read these parts about how they come to a promised land and how they this promised land is a land of liberty, and they talked about it being in the future it would be a mighty Gentile nation above all other nations. And they talk about all these different things. And as I grew up, I just kind of assumed that, gosh, that sounds like the United States to me, and
Okay.
but then I started going to like seminary and institute and so forth, and started being taught this information about Central America and how down in Guatemala and southern Mexico there were these amazing civilizations and things. And so I thought, well, I'm good with that. They're a lot smarter than I am. I'm just a junior high school kid or high school kid, and so they must have a lot smarter people than me. I figured this out, and so I just kind of assumed that was the case. And then it kind of came down to just after the 2002 Olympics in Salt Lake City, and there was a bunch of there was a couple of German reporters that were interviewing the President Hinckley at the time of the Salt Lake Church, basically, and they said, "What's going to be your church's position when DNA analysis shows that there's no evidence for the Book of Mormon?" And I saw, I was at one of the conferences, and I saw these huge banners, and it said, DNA proves the Book of Mormon is false. And actually, it's kind of interesting because President Hinckley's response was really kind of was telling. He says that when this German reporter said, "What's going to be your church's position?" Right, and 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 his response was that hasn't been established yet. Nobody knows the answer to that yet, not at this point. And it turns out that that was actually a pretty a pretty accurate statement when it comes down to it, because that was in 2002. It wasn't until about 2003 when articles began coming out in mainstream scientific journals talking about how there was this new, what they call a haplogroup or haplotype, and that they found that this, instead of being Asiatic, which was the whole problem. A lot of people don't know what was the entire premise of saying that the DNA could disprove the Book of Mormon. And the premise basically was really simply, Dave, and that is that if the Book of Mormon is correct, and you have a group of people who come over, they're basically Israelites. They come over to the Americas, and they survive for 1,000 years and so forth, and then even the Lamanites continue on up until the present day. So so where's the Israelite DNA? you
Right.
know, and when they sequence the DNA from civilizations up and down, the from the Aleuts up in Alaska down to Central and South America, they found that they were primarily Asiatic DNA types. In other words, the DNA markers that are in their that are in them have markers that actually harken back to Asian populations, so not and not Hebrew or Caucasian populations.
Right.
So that's really where the kind of the crux of where I kind of got started with this whole thing, because I started researching. I was working with Dean Sessions and the Universal Model Project, the scientific information,
Right.
and had access to some of the top research libraries in the country. So I started doing kind of a deep dive into the genetics part of it. And I found out that in 2003, these articles started coming out talking about this haplogroup X. It's a lineage that isn't found in Asian populations, but it is found in modern populations in the Druze population over in Israel. It's in the Ashkenazi Jews. It's one of the Ashkenazi Jews is the largest population of Jews on the planet. It's in
Right.
the Sephardic Jews, the Libyan Jews, Moroccan Jews, all these diverse Jewish populations around the planet have this particular 5 markers that are in the DNA. And I was like, well, holy cow, how come nobody's saying anything about this? So
Right. Probably because it doesn't fit the existing South Central American model, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's really what the rub was, is that people were saying, well, this disproves the Book of Mormon. And I will just have to say, just at the onset, that I have a bias, and I'm going to admit that right now, and that is that I already know that the Book of Mormon is true from a spiritual standpoint, but because I know it's true spiritually, it's got to be true physically. I mean, it's the Book of Mormon talks about massive civilizations that are they're just not going to disappear into the night, kind of thing. It's just that they're too big to actually just completely have no evidence for them. And so I thought, well, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? And so that's really kind of what started me. I had a young man. I was in the young men's leadership and our ward there, and I had this young man that was ready to go on a mission. Or thought he was, and then he wasn't going for some reason. I thought, well, what's going on with him?
Right.
Why is he not going? And then we helped their family move, and then his mom showed up at home just a couple of weeks after we helped him move, and she had this DVD in her hand. The DVD says, she handed me this DVD, and she said, yeah, Brother Meldrum, you do scientific research, right? And I said, yeah, that's true. And she says, well, you need to watch this. And I looked at it and I recognized it immediately. It was called DNA versus the Book of Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
And so I knew what it was. And I said, so why do I need to watch this? She says, because it's true. And she was in the process of taking herself and her family out of the church at the time.
Ooh.
So it became a personal thing to me, because this is a wonderful young man. We had campouts together and so forth. And I knew he had, at least some, understanding of the Book of Mormon and so forth, but it was kind of heartbreaking for me. So anyway, so I started doing this deep dive and started finding out this information on the DNA side, which is all interesting and so forth. But the problem is that there's no way you can't really prove the DNA for absolute certainty, because we don't even know, what Ishmael's wife's name
Sure.
is, or really what their DNA looks like. We don't have any samples from Lehi or Sariah or Ishmael or whatever, but we can tell who they're not. I mean, we know that they're not Asiatic. They're not from the tribe, from, if you have Noah's sons, we're going to get into that in just a second, but Noah has his three sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and Ham married Egyptus, and that's where the African race basically made it through Noah's flood. And then we have Japheth, and he was blessed by Noah that that his seed would exceed all, and they became the Asiatic peoples of the earth. And then you have Shem, and we know that that Lehi and his family comes down through the Shemites, the Semites.
Right.
And anyway, so that's basically so we at least know that part of it. And the primary problem is that the genetics of the people down in Central and South America, the Mayans and the Olmecs, Toltecs, and so forth, were primarily Asiatic, at least from their DNA.
Wow.
That doesn't bode well for the Book of Mormon. Okay,
Right.
so this was the problem that we have here. So anyway, so long story short is that so I started doing this DNA research, and I thought, well, okay, so we have a potential, at least this DNA type is not, Asiatic. It's actually from the Middle East, and I can show you that. But then people say, well, but it showed up here like 40,000 years ago, and then they revised that to about 22 or 23,000 years ago, and then they revised it to like 12,000 years ago. But it all depends on the dating that you do on the DNA. And again, Dave, we kind of talked about this, so I'm not going to do a deep dive on the DNA part of it because we've done that in other places. But this is just kind of how I got kind of started, and then that led to, what did Joseph Smith know about all this?
Right.
Because of everybody in this dispensation, I mean, Joseph Smith had more actual face-to-face conversations with these ancient prophets than anyone in this dispensation, and he probably knew more about it. In fact, his mom specifically said that he would, even before he got the place, he was shown so much and told so much by Moroni when he came, Angel Moroni, basically that he would regale the family in the evenings. They'd get together and he would tell them about the civilization. I mean, right down to their laws and the animals that they rode, and their civilization and so forth. I mean, he was taught and told a lot about the ancient civilization of the Book of Mormon before he even received the place.
Right.
So I want to know, okay, what did he know? And that led to a deep dive in Joseph Smith, and that's when I started finding out, why the Meso-America theory had kind of held sway, because we found out about these times and seasons articles, and I've done deep dives in these times and seasons articles and so forth. But it turns out that Jonathan Neville actually helped to really kind of unravel the whole Meso-America thing, because everybody kind of wants to know, well, if Joseph Smith, we have about 6 different historical accounts where Joseph Smith specifically claimed revelation and gave us clues about the geography of the Book of Mormon. They're pretty much irrefutable, and yet somehow we just ignore those, and then we continued with this Meso-America stuff. And really, it really came down to when I talked to different friends of mine who have been heavily involved in the Meso-America setting for the Book of Mormon. They said, well, the reason why we're trying to be true to Joseph Smith, because Joseph Smith said in the Times and Seasons, they talked about Cadigua and other locations in Central America as being the sites for the Book of Mormon. But it just didn't make any sense that he would say by revelation the Book of Mormon happened here in North America, and then these Times and Seasons articles come out, and I started noticing something, that the Times and Seasons articles were not signed by Joseph Smith; they were signed ED for editor, and anyway, so we started doing a deep dive on that. And we've got a lot of information that we've recovered, but basically, just in a nutshell, we found that those articles were written by the guy that we call the smoking gun. You remember the smoking gun? Who that is, Dave?
I don't.
Okay, it's Winchester, Benjamin Winchester. That's what we call him, the smoking gun.
Nice.
Okay. It turns out that Benjamin Winchester was quite an interesting character in the early church, and he was quite a zealot. He really wanted to bring people. In fact, I think somewhere we have that he had almost 240 converts in his lifetime. So he was a missionary powerhouse, and his dad was really close with the prophet Joseph Smith. In fact, Joseph would come and stay at their home occasionally and so forth. So he got to know Joseph Smith pretty early. He was one of the youngest guys on Zion's camp. He was 16 years old when he and his father joined Zion's camp,
Holy
and
cow.
with Joseph, and they were there with him. So this is a guy that's a pretty, he's not really well known in church history, but he did do quite a few things. He was called on a mission to go over to Europe. He went over for a couple of months, if I remember correctly, and then he basically just decided that he was done and came back. He came to Philadelphia. He was he started he was a bishop of the church actually there in Philadelphia. And then he began having these debates. This is where it gets interesting here, Dave. I think
Okay.
your folks will like this, because this has all been verified historically by Jonathan Neville in a couple of books that he has out there. One's called The Lost City of Zarahemla. But basically, what happened was is that so he started he got into a series of debates with some kind of evangelical, if you will, ministers in
Mhm.
the Philadelphia area, and he was doing really well in these debates. He was actually, a lot of people were considering that he was kind of winning some of these debates with his logic and things. And then it got to the point where they started asking, well, this Book of Mormon talks about a highly advanced people, highly civilized. They had roads and they had cities and they had, a written language and all these different things. And they were doing smelting and they had metals and things. So they were asking him, so who is it? Who are the Nephites? Who were they? And who are the modern day Lamanites that are left over? And it turns out that he didn't really have a great answer at first.
Okay.
But just prior to this time, there was a couple of guys by that's Catherwood, Stevens and Catherwood. Excuse me, I got a little frog in my throat here.
You're good.
But Stevens and Catherwood had gone down to, there were a couple of explorers. They had gone down to Central America, Meso-America, and had started to explore some of these amazing ruins that are just covered with jungle. And it's just really kind of exotic, and kind of interesting. And they came back and wrote a 2-book series called Instance of Travel in Central America. It's John Lloyd Stevens and Stephen Catherwood. And they began a book tour. In fact, it was one of the very first ever. In fact, this book, this 2-volume book set, was the very very first ever what they call New York Times best-selling book. The New York Times
Okay.
had just gotten going, and this was their first book that they kind of got behind. And these two guys were going up and down the East Coast doing presentations and selling the books.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, so Benjamin Winchester ended up hearing about this, and he went to one of their. They came to Philadelphia, and they went to their presentation about this ancient, hidden civilization down in Central America, and he became like, oh my gosh, this is the evidence that I need to be able to prevail in these debates that we're having.
Okay.
And so he started, and he also realized something really important. He said, if I can just connect the Book of Mormon to this New York Times best-selling book set, how awesome would that be to be able to tell people that book set that everybody's so excited about here in America, it's the Book of Mormon.
Right, right. It's interesting that starts out from a good place, right? It doesn't start out from trying to be insincere with the evidence or anything like that. It's a guy trying to back up the claims of the Book of Mormon,
Yes.
but because he's so eager, right? And I think this is a great point here, right? Is that sometimes, and as people of faith all over the place, right? This isn't just a Mormon issue. This is kind of a people of faith problem,
Yeah.
no matter what
Yeah.
your denomination or flavor of Christianity is. We will absolutely sometimes glom onto some stuff because we think it proves our point
Yeah.
until it doesn't, and then we're left kind of holding the bag there a little bit, going,
Yeah.
well, now what do we do?
Yeah. It's basically it's confirmation bias.
Yep.
We start off. and we're all guilty of this. I mean, everybody kind
Sure.
of does it. Basically, we start off with the premise that, okay, we think that this is what it is, and then we go out and find the evidence that supports it, but we ignore the evidence that doesn't support it.
Right. Right.
And
Absolutely. Yep.
so what happened was is that so Benjamin Winchester, he began to prevail in these arguments against the Book of Mormon, because whenever they said, "Who are you talking about?" Just these ignorant savages here, that's what they call them here in North America. And even that has some interesting background as far as, where did that term ignorant savages come from? It turns out that John Wesley Powell and Lewis Henry Morgan were two guys that started the Bureau of Ethnology, and what later on became the Smithsonian Institution. They began doing some researches and things. There was a couple of books that came out about the ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley and others about New York. And anyway, it turns out that John Wesley Powell, Lewis Henry Morgan, and Ephraim George Squires were the three guys that kind of started all of that. And two of the guys just happened to have fathers who were Methodist ministers in Palmyra, New York. And guess when?
About the
In
time Joseph
1830.
Smith's hanging out.
Yeah. Yeah. So these are some of the guys that literally started the archaeological protocols. There were no archaeological protocols back in that
No.
time. So it's kind of like go out, find a mound, dig it up, find artifacts, do some drawings and so forth, write down about them and so forth, and take these artifacts and haul them off to Washington D.C. or whatever, and put them in storage until the Smithsonian actually became an organization that was funded and so forth. So anyway, I'm leaving a bunch of different loose ends here, but I need to kind of connect them up. So Lewis Henry Morgan, he wrote a book called Ancient Society. Now, Lewis Henry Morgan was a contemporary of Joseph Smith, and he's also a contemporary of another guy that a lot of people have probably heard of from over in Europe. Anybody heard of Charles Darwin?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Lewis Henry Morgan and Charles Darwin actually had letters back and forth to each other. They
Really.
wrote back and forth, and Lewis Henry Morgan became quite enamored with the entire idea of the theory of evolution, which was being pushed by was just coming out at this point in time by Charles Darwin, and so he ended up writing a book basing it on the theory of evolution by Charles Darwin, and it's called Ancient Society. And in his book, basically what he's saying is that all civilizations go through three stages of development. They start off as ignorant savages, they move up to barbarism, and that's religious people, and eventually they get past the religious part of it and get into what he called civilization. And it was in his book that he called the Native Americans ignorant savages. And that's what was sticking at the time. Joseph Smith comes along at the same time, and he's saying, no, the Native Americans are Hebrews. They're highly advanced civilization. They had a written language. They had cities and roads and so forth. And they were here in America. And there seemed to be this disconnect, see?
Yep.
Because these evangelicals were saying, hey, you're talking about this Book of Mormon being a highly advanced civilization, and where is it? They're just ignorant savages here. They're just a bunch of berry and nut hunters, hunter-gatherer people that were here. They never achieved anything close to civilization, and that's the reason why that was the impetus for Benjamin Winchester to try to connect the Book of Mormon with the what that seemed to be highly advanced, Central American civilizations. So that's really that's what it was coming down to. And because of that, not only is he tying it to a New York Times best-selling book, okay, the Book of Mormon, but then he starts to write. He has this article. He has this like a print. He was printing this like it's not really an article. It's more like a little pamphlet kind of thing. But it's called the Gospel Reflector. And in the Gospel Reflector, the head of it is the Gospel Reflector, and it says, "When God works, who can hinder?" is kind of his subheading on his thing. And he was writing these articles about about Stevens and Catherwood's books, and put it into these articles and then printing them and publishing them out there to help with his missionary efforts. Well, then but the problem is that he wasn't getting very many subscribers, and so he didn't get much money, and so he was spending all of his money to do the printing and get that all done, and he was going broke. And so then he heard through the times and seasons that Joseph Smith's little brother Don Carlos Smith had passed away while he's working on the times and seasons there in Nauvoo. This is quite a few years after. Now, in the meantime, Benjamin Winchester had been able to convince a couple other people like John Page, who was one of the Quorum of the 12 at the time, and he convinced him of that we just need to tie the Book of Mormon to this John Lloyd Stevens and Stephen Catherwood book, and we've got it made in the shade. We can prove to the world that the Book of Mormon is actually a real civilization someplace here in the Americas, and it's the Mayans.
Right.
And John Page, he wrote a letter to Joseph Smith and basically saying, hey, you know what, isn't it so wonderful that we have these new evidences coming out in support of the Book of Mormon? And he tried to take all the credit. He didn't give any credit to Benjamin Winchester. Ultimately, later on, it's another story, but the two of them ended up suing each other over who was going to get the credit for starting the Meso-America setting for the Book of Mormon. Okay, anyway, so and they both became apostates. The bottom line. So it turns out, actually, Dave, that the Meso-American setting for the Book of Mormon actually originated with essentially two, or there's actually a third, three people who all became apostates to the church. They all left the church.
Wow. There's look, and just so we're clear, if you hold to the Meso-American model, we're not saying you're going to go apostate. We just history matters, right? And
it's going back to the origins.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And you said some other things in there that I think are worth kind of talking about here just for a second, then we'll roll into the evidence here. But one of the things, I pay attention to this stuff. I nerd out on this stuff, right? Not just Book of Mormon stuff, but ancient civilizations, period, right? I do. I find them fascinating. And when we look at archaeology, and I want to be careful. I don't want to lump all archaeologists into one single monolith, right? But archaeology has really only been around for just over 100 years, right? As a discipline.
Yeah.
And I want us to think of any other scientific discipline, okay? Medicine, physics, engineering, you name it, right? If they had all said, hey, we've got it all figured out after 100 years, we would still be using leeches to fix ourselves medically, right?
Used to be bleeding people.
Yes, we'd still be bleeding people, right? And so it's kind of silly that we think, okay, so we have this one discipline that's very recent in human progression, right? Human knowledge in archaeology, and yet we come to a point now where we see that there is almost, I don't want to even say politics, because I don't think that's the right word, but anything that seems to upset that current model is attacked relentlessly and very viciously, right? To the point it becomes personal. We see this with the Smithsonian. They conveniently lose artifacts quite often that don't fit a narrative, right? We've seen the Clovis First model constantly be pushed back. We talk about, you mentioned, the kind of more advanced civilizations. And when we say advanced, we're not talking about our kind of advanced civilization, driving around in cars and that sort of thing. We're talking about, social structures, those sorts of things. Right. And, just not too long ago, Göbekli Tepe gets found in Turkey, and all of a sudden that upends everything, because the assumed model was, no, it's agriculture that gives rise to civilization, and then religion follows that. Well, in Göbekli Tepe, you actually have the reverse, where it seems to be some sort of religion that causes people to settle down in a certain place, right? Yep. And so I think that's something important we should keep in mind as we have our discussion here for those listening, is that are going to get a different story from mainstream archaeology, right? There are signs now that there's some pushback and whatnot, but this is a
What you mean?
narrative.
You mean everything that archaeologists have said in the past may not always be 100% accurate?
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's funny. Every time someone says the science is settled, it's not really settled. But we, we it's important to keep in mind that archaeology is a very young discipline, and it's a discipline in which, unlike a lot of other disciplines, it gets attacked viciously if you come out with something that's counter to the narrative that is in place today. So that's fascinating stuff, and it's always good. And I'm glad you set the table, Rod, that we could go back and see. Okay, this is where the Meso-American model begins, right?
Yeah,
So that we have a good frame of reference as we go forward here.
yeah. Well, yeah, and there's so much when it comes down to archaeology, there's just a lot of subjective things.
Yep.
You know, it really depends on, and this happens in pretty much every field. You wouldn't think that would be happening in science that often, because science, everybody kind of thinks that science is just just all we're looking for is just the truth, right? But actually, just like everyone else in every other discipline, there are people who have different ideas, who have agendas, who have particular paradigms that they are working within, that any one of those things, if it's not accurate or true, can throw off the entire thing. It's kind of like the whole you've heard of, or you've seen like a house of cards where people take like playing cards and they build a whole house up, and all it takes is just one of those little cards at the bottom of the base to not hold up properly, and the whole thing goes down.
Absolutely.
It's all built on that. And so when you start from a premise, for example, that the Bible is incorrect, that the creation didn't happen like the Bible talks about, for example, that we, instead of being formed in the image of God and placed around the earth as Adam and Eve, and then humankind starts that way. Instead, if we start to believe in the paradigm that humans came from lower life forms, and those life forms developed over billions of years, was it 3.56 billion years or whatever, the earth, and so forth, then that changes your overall perspective and your overall paradigm. And that's all going to reflect in the things that you accept as truth and the things that you don't accept as truth. And this is kind of how it plays. Now, there's been, there's Thomas Kuhn he wrote a book called Scientific Revolutions. And in his book, he basically says that all revolutions of thought go through kind of four steps. It starts off the powers that be, the current paradigm will just ignore the new information as long as they can. Okay?
Right.
And then once enough of a groundswell of convincing people begins to actually cut it a little bit into the prevailing paradigm, then they violently oppose it.
Yep.
So they'll attack it. They attack it like crazy, try to tear it down, destroy it, whatever they can, to try to come, keep it back into their court. And then if it continues to prevail and continues to win over more and more people, then they begin to quietly accept it and try to align with it. And then the fourth step is that they basically said, well, that's what we believed all along.
Yep.
They just accept and say, yeah, that we always knew that. We always felt that was the case. Absolutely. So we see that going through all these different revolutions. And I think that our country is going through more revolutions right now than probably any other point in time, meaning political revolutions, scientific revolutions. People are not as locked into the prevailing paradigm.
Yep.
Which is good. It's good and bad, because there's people believe in all kinds of just weird stuff.
Right.
And then there's yeah.
We live in an age now where information is more readily available than ever before, right?
Yeah.
And so this also, in a weird way, it's empowered the layman, right, to a certain extent to get out there and do it. And it really is the democratization of
Yeah,
information and knowledge, right? And when that happens, you're going to get some very um,
yeah,
wild ideas out there, right? I'm a
yeah,
guy that tends to be more in favor of everyone bring your stuff to the table, right? If it's bad or if it's faulty, it's going to show, right?
yeah.
Um,
The fruit. Yeah.
the thing that I wasn't anticipating about this time, right? And I'm old enough, I can remember when the internet first came around, right? And I was playing like internet solitaire on Windows. And I was like, this is great. And then all of a sudden, like it blows up and we have all this information at our fingertips. Um, and so what it's led to is that when the narrative is challenged at all, and then you see the amount of pushback that comes back that way,
Mhm.
there are people with vested interests in those models. And if those models are upset, that causes somebody to have to go back at their life's work and say,
Yeah.
I've built an entire resume off of a bad
Mm.
premise. Now, and I want to say that this too. And it's something I've cautioned my audience before on, and I really believe it. There are things that we know at our core. In this case, the Book of Mormon, right? When we pray about that and we get a witness, that is solid. That is the
Mhm.
bedrock, right?
Mhm.
That's not an idea. That is 100% in our soul. These other things we can have really strong convictions on, and that's good, right? That's healthy. But you never want to marry yourself to an idea. You want to marry yourself to truth, right?
Right.
Because
100%.
because
100%.
when if there's a smoking gun that comes along, so to speak, and shows, hey, this is absolutely, kind of beyond refute now, it passes the muster in all these different disciplines, we have to be able to look at that and not be so rigid because we've made a bad idea part of who we are. You want that bedrock to be those timeless principles that we know for a fact, and spiritual revelation to be the
Mhm.
bedrock here going forward. So
Yeah.
yeah, don't marry yourself to an idea. Just marry yourself to truth.
And that really is where it comes down to, but the problem is that the world is teaching our kids and people in the world that there really is no truth. Everything is
Right.
relative, and truth is basically whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
That there's no real reality. I mean, that if you want to be a furry, you can, you wake up one day and the
Right.
next thing you know, you think you're a cat, or
Yep.
something like that. And the same thing with the biological, sex that you're born with and so forth. That's somehow just you're not constrained by reality. and
Right.
the more that we have AI and computers and so forth in our kids' lives, that the less they believe that there is a reality. Basically, reality is just what you make it, and
Yep.
you create your own reality. Um, and I think that's really a potentially destructive thing to the upcoming generations, um, when it's becoming harder and harder to actually differentiate between what's reality and
Right.
what's AI,
Yep.
as an
Absolutely.
example. So
Absolutely.
we're in for interesting times ahead from that standpoint. But I think there's just several. I mean, when you were talking there, I had several things that were just that you have to be so careful of. Like one of them is that when it comes down to the facts, what are the facts? It's
Right.
harder and harder to identify what is an actual fact and what is somebody's strong opinion
Yep.
that's being presented as fact.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, all right, man. Should we dive into some
Okay.
evidences?
Yeah. So let's dive into some of that. Now let me just share my screen here. If let me jump in here for a second, and let me see here. If we go to this screen here and share that. Okay. Can you see that okay?
I can see that just fine.
Okay. So this is a quote by Austin Farrer. He said, though argument does not create conviction, lack of argument destroys belief. What seems to be proved may not be embraced because everybody has their own, their freedom to do it. But what no one shows the ability to defend is quickly abandoned. Rational argument does not create belief, but it maintains a climate in which belief may flourish. And I love that quote. I've used it from the beginning of my research and so forth. Is that, you know people ask me all the time, why are you so passionate about this? Why do you have to have evidence? Can't you just take things on faith? And I said, yeah. In fact, I already know the Book of Mormon is true from a spiritual standpoint. So I do have a bias there, which I mentioned in the beginning
Right.
here. But you also have to have rational argument. For
Yeah.
some people, they can read the Book of Mormon, they can pray about it, they get a witness of it, and that's good enough. But I kind of remind them that, when it comes down to it, when we were in the pre-existence with our Heavenly Father, we are there as spirit sons and daughters of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
As I understand it. And apparently, it's, the idea basically is that we want to become like our Heavenly Father is. He wants us to become like He is. But when we were in that state, why couldn't we just say, hey, you know what? We're living with Heavenly Father. We're going to live forever. Why can't we just say, hallelujah, game over?
Right.
We'll just stay here in this state. But we had to come to the earth for some reason. And as I understand it, that reason was to obtain a body, right?
Right.
Well,
Yep.
what's so great about a body?
Well, our Father has one, right? And we want to be like He is. We need that. We need that
That's exactly right.
experience.
Exactly right. So yeah, I mean, you just took the words right out of my mouth. Basically, I mean, our bodies just get old. We get, we lose our hair, starts coming out of weird places. We get diseases, we get sick, and eventually we die. I don't know what's so great about a body, but I do know this, and it's that we can't become, just like you just said, we can't become like our Heavenly Father is without it.
Right.
So apparently, this is my point. It's not enough just to have the spirit.
Right.
You
Yeah.
have to have the spirit and the body inseparably connected. And when those two things are connected, then you have what the Lord called the fullness of joy.
Yep.
When you have the spirit in that. So people can have a spiritual understanding of the Book of Mormon, but when you connect it with the physical reality, it's a real history of real people, real places, real events. These things actually took place. And these are recorded in history, and we can see that in the archaeological record, in the linguistics, in the metallurgy, in the plants, the animals, and everything else that are part of that overall history. And we can show that the history is real. Some people are okay with just kind of what we call blind faith. They just say, you know what, I got my witness, I'm good.
Right.
But other people say, you know what, show me something that's real, something I can actually, that's physically true, and then maybe I'll at least believe enough that I can read the book. But some
Yeah.
people are saying, if you can't show me any evidence for the Book of Mormon, any real evidence for it, why would I waste my time reading a false history?
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's what appealed to me about Mormonism, right? I'm a guy who I don't have any Mormons on either side of my family, right? First
Yeah.
generation.
Yeah.
And as and long story short, the audience knows here. My old man passes away when I'm a young man. I go on a looking for God, right? If I had some answers that did not satisfy me, did not seem to fit the character of God. But in that process, I discovered in a lot of religions and in a lot of ideologies, you don't get to have both, right? You either have to check your rational brain out the door and then just go solely on faith, or you have to check your faith and your gut, so to speak, that light of Christ, and then go totally with just your head, right?
Yeah.
And what I found is that if either of those are out of balance, you're in for some trouble, right? You whatever you believe, it had better feel good in your heart, and it better make sense in your head. Otherwise,
Well,
you're not going to have two witnesses, and that's a problem.
yeah, I think in the scientific world, they call it cognitive dissonance.
Right.
where what your head is saying and what your heart is saying are not consistent with each other. They're at odds with each other, and it creates this tension all
Yep.
the time because what your heart is trying to tell you this is true, and your head saying no, it's not. There's something wrong with this. When you have that tension, it makes things difficult. And so that's part of what we're doing here. Basically, what we're going to talk about here, Dave, is some of the physical reality of the Book of Mormon. People ask me all the time, so why are you so passionate about this? And say, well, don't you have faith? I said, yeah, I have faith. I already know the Book of Mormon is true, and because I know it's true, I know there's going to be the evidence.
Right.
So my faith leads me to action, and the
Yep.
action is let's go out and find the evidence.
Yep.
But we also have to be looking at, okay, so what if we don't find evidence? People ask me all the time, well, why are you so convinced in the Heartland model? And my answer is until the Lord comes out and directly reveals this geography, we have to be open to further light knowledge. But I've always said that I don't believe that there will be any prophets in this dispensation that are going to contradict what Joseph Smith said. So if we stick with what Joseph Smith said by revelation, when he claims revelation, we know that he was a prophet of God. We're assuming that he's a prophet of God here. And by his works you shall know them, right? And,
Right.
and so if that's the case, then I don't think that we're ever going to be in a bad situation, when
Yeah.
it comes down to something that's going to be really revealed in the future, because truth is by definition something that is true today. It was true yesterday, and it will be true again tomorrow. So
Absolutely.
past, present, future is what truth is. The literal definition of truth has to do with the time element. It has to be true, past, present, future. And
Absolutely.
and so if Joseph Smith is in the current, says some things and so forth, and he was accurate, then that's not going to be contradicted in the future.
Nope.
So that's where we're at. All right. So let's just kind of jump into some things. So want to jump in there, Dave? Can you see this? Okay.
Yep. Can see that. Does revealed
All right.
scripture testify to the geographical location of the Book of Mormon?
Yeah. In other words, can we know? Can we know what we have over? Yeah. I mean, where in the world is the Book of Mormon? Where did it take place? Okay. We're assuming, this is our underlying assumption, that the Book of Mormon is an actual history of real people and places and events.
Right.
And where in the Americas did it happen? Although I will have to say that there's been actually Book of Mormon geographies that have been proposed even in Malaysia, and,
Seen that. Yeah.
South America and all kinds of places, right? And I'm going to mention that in just a second. But so where's the promised land of the Book of Mormon? Why is this even important? Well, we're going to go into that. So, the research hierarchy we're going to use as our first and foremost, evidence here. We're going to use the scriptures. Then we're going to
Okay.
use Joseph Smith, and we're going to use other prophets while they're prophets. Okay.
Okay.
And the current method for doing geography research of the Book of Mormon was it wasn't originally set up by John Sorensen, but he had the most influence basically. And this John Sorensen, he had wrote this book called Mormon's Map. He did an earlier book called the Central American Setting for the Book of Mormon. And but the current method, he says that essentially what you have to do is you have to just use just the book passages themselves. So there's about 550 passages in the Book of Mormon that deal with geography, things like narrow passages or narrow passes and narrow necks, and and north and south directions and so forth. And you kind of take all those 550 passages and you create what they call an internal map to
Okay.
construct an internal map. So this is basically the idea is an internal or hypothetical map. Then you create this hypothetical map and you see if you can actually place it onto a real world setting. In other words, is there any place that actually works for that? And according to his book, he says at least 80 different versions of Book of Mormon maps have been produced. And they're all over the place, from the entire hemisphere to just like a really small area just in New York, to Chile, to Malaysia, to there's all these different maps. And I'm kind of reminded a little bit of the situation going on in Joseph Smith's day. You had the burned over district of New York. You had people coming in and preaching, the Bible basically to the people. and there was all these different denominations,
Right.
but they're all using the same book and
Right.
coming to all kinds of different conclusions. And it caused what, in Joseph Smith's mind, it caused a massive confusion, I think is how he put it.
Yep.
Yeah, it was incredibly confusing. We had the same thing going on basically in all the restoration, branches of the church and so forth, right?
Right.
Everybody who loves the Book of Mormon, there's all these different ideas. Like he said, John Sorensen saying about 80. There's actually over now 150 different
Whew.
geographies that have been proposed. So the result has been tremendous confusion, a plethora of notions that holds no promise of producing a consensus. Actually, there has been kind of a consensus that has swirled around the Meso-American setting for a number of years, but now there's really kind of just two primary ones: the Meso-American setting and the Heartland setting. There's other ones out there, but they don't have any traction with any significant number of people.
Gotcha.
And it's been a real battle, to get the Heartland model that we believe that is more true to Joseph Smith than the
Right.
Meso-American setting, and that's because both sides. I will have to say this though: both sides, the Meso-American side as well as the Heartland side, both of us are trying to uphold what we understand Joseph Smith to have said or
Okay.
taught or whatever. The problem is that history is never perfect, and we never
Nope.
know exactly what really transpired because everything in history is written by the historians.
Right.
And many times the historians didn't actually live the history. They're commenting about it based on all kinds of things. And historians, just like everyone else, also can have agendas.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Yep.
people are recording history. There's people who talked about Joseph Smith in a very positive light, and there's also people who are contemporaries of Joseph Smith who basically thought that he and his family were really, really bad people.
Yep.
They were dysfunctional. They were into black magic and cultic arts and so forth and so on, and they expressed their opinions too in their histories.
Yep.
So which history is true? You know
Yeah.
that becomes that. This is why the hierarchy of witnesses is such an important part. Just like in a court of law, you have if you have somebody who is a bum on the street, and then and you have the high price attorneys and so forth, and they give testimony. They're going to probably tend to the juries and judges are going to probably tend to listen to the high priced attorneys and so forth more than they are some bum on the street. But if the bum on the street just happened to have a video camera with him and he recorded the event and you can see it in real time, happening
Right.
in front of it, then the bum's testimony actually can be more important than everybody else's opinion about what happened.
Absolutely.
So there's hierarchy of opinions here that's going on that we need to take a look at. What were the motives of the people, and that's the hardest part because we never really know for sure what somebody's motives are unless they
Right.
specifically state what they are. But when people say that they want to drink the blood of Joseph Smith and they write a history and so forth, you got to assume that the history that they're giving of Joseph Smith is somewhat biased against him.
Just a little. Just a little.
You know?
Um, yeah.
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 So
Sources matter a lot. And it's just not history we find ourselves in with this conundrum, right? Um, I'm a land
yeah.
surveyor by profession, right?
Mhm.
And one of the things that's often talked about the most is trying to go back to the original intent, right? And
Yes.
so, a survey's originally laid out, if we go back east, sometimes 16, 1700s, right?
Uh-huh.
And they tell you what they're trying to do, and they have some very crude measuring methods, right?
Yep.
And don't take into account, lay of land and that sort of thing, and slope distance versus horizontal distance, that sort of
Yep.
stuff. And we come along with our fancy measurements, with GPS and lasers and that sort of thing. And yeah, we can make measurements, but it may not fit the original intent, right? And so
Right.
understanding original intent is somewhat important here too, right? Because just as you said, if the intent is to disparage Joseph Smith, Well, you have to then weigh that appropriately and say maybe some of the more
Exactly.
outlandish claims you have to take with maybe 8 grains of salt instead of one, because that's obviously going to be slanted heavily.
Yes. Yeah, but it also happens the other direction too. I mean, so
Right.
somebody who is a fairly nefarious person, but you ask their family members, well, is this person a good person or not? And more than likely, oh yeah, he's wonderful and fantastic and so forth. Well, did he just rob this bank? Did he just run over these people and so forth? Well, but that's not really anyway. I guess what I'm saying is that it can go on both sides,
It absolutely can. Yep.
which is part of the reason why historians are taught that you never tell a history from one side, because if you
Yep.
just tell it from one side, it's propaganda, right? But you
Yep.
have to be careful to understand where the history is coming from. There's going to be those who are going to be pro and those who are going to be con. If you can find somebody who's kind of in the middle, then that's great. But a lot of times you can't find somebody who's going to be in the middle, because the only reason why they're writing, because they're either pro or con.
Right. Absolutely.
Otherwise, they don't care. Anyway, so the long story short is basically we've got these hypothetical maps. There's about 150 of them. If we have a method, and I've been doing scientific research long enough to know that if you have a proper method, it should tend to limit the number of outcomes and not expand them. So in other words, when you do experiments, you're trying to eliminate, okay, we can eliminate this. We don't have to worry about this anymore. Now we can eliminate that. And we kind of try to hone down into what the truth is. But
Right.
this method is literally expanding it ever more. I mean, it's whatever somebody wants. And the other thing is that when it comes down to the geography of the Book of Mormon, these 550 passages, if they were really clear, why is it that we have 550 geographies?
Right. Right. Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, 150 geographies based on
I knew.
100,
Yeah.
550 passages.
Yeah. I knew what you meant there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a problem, right? The more
Yeah.
variable, the more variation you can have in the model, the worse. The worse it's going to be. It's like aiming at a target, right? If your
Yeah.
sights are off and your spread is huge, right? Well, that's no good. You
Yeah.
want to be able to get that in there, and you want to start dealing with some level of certainties within that so that you
Right.
can start to narrow it down.
And it's very hard. I mean, for example, when it comes down to what is the overall physical extent of the geography? Well, I mean, for example, several times in the Book of Mormon it says, and they traveled many days' journey, and that was it, right? Well,
Right.
how many is many days' journey? Well, if you go to the Book of Mormon, you basically have times where it says, that many days was like 3 days, and other
Right.
times in the Book of Mormon it says many days. They said he lived many days and then he died, so it was an entire lifetime.
Right.
So which is it? When they have many days journey, is it a lifetime's journey, or is it like 2 or 3 days, or is it somewhere in the middle? And so there's lots and lots of subjective things that we don't know what exactly they meant by that. So the current method, basically, we have stuff all over the map. Okay,
Right.
we're everywhere. I mean, not here, go there. This means this means that, and so forth. And so we have all these different ideas, and but everybody kind of holds to, well, when it says this many days journey, that means this, right?
Right.
And we hang on to that, like if it's some kind of a fact when it's really not. And that leads us to basically what this next slide, which has been once we've come to our conclusion, and we just want to just keep holding on to everything, you know. Oh, so you're still hoping and clinging to unrealistic expectations? That's adorable. if we're
Funny.
expecting to use the same method over and over again and get somehow different results, we all know that that's the definition of insanity, right?
Yep. Yep.
So
One.
that's what we're talking about here. Why are we still using the same method if it's not working?
Right.
So if we're going to have a different method, what would that method incorporate? What would we do? How it would be different? And that's basically so that the answer to the Book of Mormon wasn't written for its geography, and nowhere gives us the exact situation or boundary, so we can definitely be located without fear of error. That's George Buchanan.
Interesting.
But the current method isn't working, and there's a new method needed. And what would that method be? What we're basically saying is that we need to begin with the firm foundation of the scriptures, but we need to utilize the scriptures for the reason why they were preserved in the first place.
Right.
And is it possible that we can learn more about the geography of the Book of Mormon through a study of its prophecies than we can trying to speculate about narrow necks of land and narrow passages?
I see. I see. So rather than focusing just on the geographical passages, let's
Mm-hmm.
look at some of the surrounding other evidence and see
Exactly.
what comes to pass from, as you have it put here in the slide, the physical and the spiritual as well.
Yeah. So what was the purpose of the Book of Mormon was preserved? And actually, we all kind of know that the main purpose of the Book of Mormon is to actually testify of who? Of Jesus
Christ.
Christ, right? But interestingly enough, that's not exactly what the Lord gave to Joseph Smith in Revelation in section 3 of the Doctrine and Covenants. Okay, it says, and this is what so this is a revelation given to Joseph Smith. He says, "This testimony shall come to the knowledge of the Lamanites and the Lamanites and the Ishmaelites, and for this very purpose are these plates preserved." So here, the Lord is telling Joseph Smith, why were these plates preserved? Well, it was because it contains these records that has the promises of the Lord and that they're going to be fulfilled, and that the Lamanites may come to the knowledge of their fathers. They might know the promises of the Lord and believe in the gospel and rely on the merits of Jesus Christ. So basically, why were the plates preserved in the first place?
It
So
was.
these
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I thought that was
these promises would be made known, and then they could be fulfilled.
right. Okay.
And as I started looking at this, I said, okay, so somebody's had to have written about these promises and these prophecies, right?
Right.
And I looked around and I couldn't find anybody who had done a deep dive into the prophecies and the promises in the Book of Mormon
Interesting.
that we're talking about. In fact, here's in Fourth Nephi says that he did hide them up, the plates, under the Lord, that they might come again unto the remnant of the house of Jacob, according to the prophecies and the promises of the Lord. There's these prophecies and these promises that are the reason why the plates were even preserved in the first place. Now, my hope is that someday, if we ever find 116 pages that got lost,
Right.
that the first part of that is like the map section. So refer to map A, refer
Right.
to map B, and then you can put throughout the text. But obviously, we don't know. It would be really nice if we had something like that in the Book of Mormon, but we don't. So what about these prophecies and promises? If that's the reason why the plates were preserved, is it possible that we can know more about the geography through a study of the spiritual passages over the geographical ones that have led to 150 different geographies? And that's
Right.
what this question right here is basically, can we do that? Well, so you have to kind of go back to the very origins, just like you have to go back to where did the Book of Mormon Meso-America theory come from? Where did it stem from? What was its origins? You go all the way back to Benjamin Winchester and John Page, and how they were pushing this on Joseph Smith and so forth, and they're trying to get Joseph Smith on board, and Joseph Smith didn't, and then ultimately William Smith, Joseph Smith's little brother, and Benjamin Winchester, Benjamin Winchester left his gospel reflectors. I kind of left that hanging. That's one of my cliffhangers. Anyway, so he went to he left Philadelphia when he found out that Joseph Smith's little brother, Don Carlos Smith, had passed away, working on the Times and Seasons, and he wrote a letter which is still extant. It's still in existence, the original letter. And basically, he says, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother Joseph. Who could possibly take his place on the Times and Seasons?"
Right.
A month later, he shows up. He leaves Philadelphia. He comes to Nauvoo, and he basically begins to help on the Times and Seasons. Now, Joseph Smith, and there's too much here to go into in a podcast of this length, so we're going to keep it a little bit shorter. But basically, if you want to get the entire book, it's called The Lost City of Zarahemla by Jonathan Neville, and it's just a fabulous historical deep dive. I mean, it has all the historical background information and references and so forth, so you can actually go and look it up yourself. You don't have to trust him or his research. You can actually just look it up yourself and see what happened. But the bottom line is he shows up there because he had some success in arguing the Meso-America side, or basically arguing for the Book of Mormon, using this Incidents of Travel in Central America books by John Lloyd Stevens and Catherwood. Um, he wanted to help the membership of the church to have a good way of explaining this as well. So he was trying to get Joseph Smith on board, and Joseph Smith kind of wasn't doing it. And so he and William Smith colluded to place articles that he had published previously. This is how we know for sure it was him, because he published these articles in Philadelphia in his Gospel Reflector, and then essentially the same articles show up in the Times and Seasons.
Copy and paste, essentially.
Basically, copy and pasted into Times and Seasons. Now, Times and Seasons were having some issues because they had the mail service there was corrupt, and people would send their money in to subscribe to the Times and Seasons. The money would be gone from their envelopes. That the postage was the post office was corrupt there, that was handling the Nauvoo area.
Gotcha.
And they were not getting enough money in from the subscriptions. They were also being starved of information. So many of the brethren had gone out and were doing missions and so forth. Anyway, so they were looking for any kind of information that they could put into Times and Seasons. And so William Smith and Benjamin Winston to fulfill that void by putting in Winchester's articles in the Times and Seasons. Well, when Joseph Smith found out about it later on, he was pretty ticked off, and in fact, he even censored Benjamin Winchester.
Really?
There's an article that came out in the Times and Seasons that Benjamin Winchester is hereby silenced from any further preaching and so forth, because Joseph Smith was so upset about it.
He was that mad. He was like, "You're done."
Yeah, we Jonathan and I did a deep dive. It's called Joseph Smith New version 2.0. I did a deep dive about 8 or 9, 10 years ago. Jonathan Neville's additional research makes it even more absolutely clear what was going on. And these Times and Seasons articles, after they did it the first time, Joseph Smith called him to repentance. The second time they did it was about 6 months later. I think it was in September. Joseph Smith not only he shut down the Times and Seasons, he fired his own brother and Winchester and kicked them out of the Times and Seasons. But he couldn't do a retraction, and Jonathan explains that because they had, at the time, there was a lot of anti-Mormon sentiments going on. There was this another publication that was attacking the church. Joseph Smith's little brother William responded with beginning to publish what he called the WASP. What does the WASP do? It stings, right? So anyway, it was a tough time at that point in time at the church. And so Joseph Smith couldn't really print a retraction because it would reflect on the fact that he wasn't actually able to edit. And in fact, we have evidence that he, in many instances, he didn't even know what was coming out in the Times and Seasons until after it had come out.
Interesting.
But yet on the boilerplate of the Times and Seasons, it says the Times and Seasons is owned, operated, and printed and published by Joseph Smith in Nauvoo, Illinois, on the corner of Bain Street and Water Street or something like that. But that was just a thing that they would always put in the bottom of it just to give credibility to the paper.
Interesting. So,
as if Joseph Smith was actually printing, setting the type. And we know he wasn't doing that. He was too busy to do that. He had lots of other things on his plate, running the city of Nauvoo and the Nauvoo Legion, and being, improperly, Governor Boggs was trying to target him for potential assassination attempt and etc. So he was a busy guy,
right?
And he didn't have time to sit there and watch the Times and Seasons. So the bottom line is that we've been able to show definitively through church history that Joseph Smith was not responsible for, and in fact took action against those who placed these Meso-America setting stuff into the Times and Seasons, and he never agreed with it. So if we just go back to this information here, coming back to the scriptures and basically using them for what they're actually meant for, one of the big questions that comes up: where's the first recorded land of promise in Scripture?
Well, I don't know if it uses that term, but I would think the first time that the heartland would be mentioned would be, essentially Genesis and the Book of Moses and Abraham, because that's where the Garden of Eden is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Usually when I ask this question, Dave, it's kind of funny because I say, where would you expect the earliest recorded land of promise in the scriptures? Well, you'd think it'd be Genesis. And I said, and that's the first incorrect answer.
Well, there I go.
but but you're right. It is in the other two that you mentioned, which is Abraham and Moses. So let's go to Moses chapter 6. And this one, it basically says that let me move this just a little bit here so I can see this a little better. Okay. Okay. It says that Enos, now who was Enos? He was a grandson of Adam. He lived 90 years and he begat Canaan. Now notice the spelling of Canaan here is Cainan.
Right.
Okay. So it's different than the Canaan of the old world, which is Canaan. And Enos and the resident of the people of God came out of the land called Shulon and dwelt in a land of promise, which he called after his own son, whom he named Canaan. So the first mention of a land of promise anywhere in the standard works is here in Moses chapter 6, verse 17. And it was named after Adam's great grandson.
Okay.
And where was this land of promise located? Where was it? Where was this? Because this is establishing the very first land of promise. And Doctrine and Covenants section 107, the Lord revealed to Joseph Smith that 3 years before Adam died, he called Seth, Enos, and Canaan. So you see, this is the order. Adam had Seth, Seth had Enos, and Enos had Canaan. And also Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, and Methuselah, who were all high priests, with the residue of their posterity who were righteous, into the valley of Adam on the Yaman, and there bestowed upon them his last blessing. So from when Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden, and they were now living their life out here in the world, basically, we know where the Garden of Eden was located, okay, by revelation. And here we have 3 years before his death. So Adam lived to be what, 930 years old?
Right.
So Adam is 927 years old at this point in time. And he gathers all of his righteous posterity together at this place called Adam on the Yaman.
Right.
So let me ask you a question. If they started off at the Garden of Eden was in Missouri, and then 927 years later, they're still there in Missouri. How far did they go? Did they go to other continents? Did they go to other parts of the earth? Well, it doesn't appear like it. It seems like, I mean, we know that they had to physically be there to receive the blessing under the hands of Father Adam, right?
Right.
So this land of promise, then we feel very confident that this land of promise is here,
Right.
this area. And just in case anybody was wondering, there's a sign.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
looking for a sign, there's a sign. Okay. And this is the valley of Adam on Yaman, right?
Right.
And then we know exactly where this Adam on Yaman is located because Joseph Smith received again. This is not speculation. This is revelation. Section 116 of the Doctrine and Covenants basically says Spring Hill is named by the Lord Adam on Yaman because he says it's the place where Adam shall come to visit his people, or the Ancient of Days shall sit, spoken by Daniel the prophet. Then this is said to be near White's Ferry at a place called Spring Hill in Daviess County, Missouri. This is a pretty dang exact revelation.
Right. Right.
And so far, I've never heard of anybody talking about the two Adam on the Yaman theory.
right. 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 Something else that I think is super fascinating is that the winding up scene is in the same place as kind of the beginning scene.
Yeah.
Right. The Lord returns back to the place of covenant.
Yes.
And that's super important, I think, to keep in mind here too, is because I think we see this pattern more often than not in scripture and in the accounts here is going back to the beginning, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, and once God has established a promised land, does that land ever become not a promised land? I mean, does it lose its promised land status at some point?
I can't
And
think
is
of
the
a time
promise
when
on the
it
land or
has.
the people? What's
Right.
that?
I can't think of a time where it's lost its status, right? Now, people
Yeah,
may grow wicked and be cast off the land, but that doesn't mean that the land itself isn't promised. It just means you're not righteous enough to dwell upon it.
that's right. And we're going to get into that in just a second from a scriptural standpoint. Anyway, so there's another sign there, but that so this Canaan is over here in this general area, right?
Okay.
Basically, Adam on Yaman, the Garden of Eden, Missouri, if you will. Um, that area is the promised land called Canaan. Now, then we get down to a point where there's this prophet in Adam's time frame, well, I should say Adam's lifetime frame, by the name of who's this guy?
Noah.
It's Noah. Yeah. And so Noah is going to build an ark. The people have become so wicked that they basically, it's the Lord can't allow. This is an interesting thing that we're going to get into a little bit more too. Is that the when you have a promised land, there is a covenant.
Right.
And God made a covenant with these people and Adam's posterity that as long as they are righteous, they get to stay on this promised land, which has been given everything that they need to prosper and to succeed. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
from natural resources and so forth. I mean, basically, they're going to be able to succeed in this promised land, and they're actually promised that. But when the people turn their backs on God, God can't allow wicked people to remain on this special land that he's set up specifically for his purposes. And we're going to talk about that here in just a second because it has to do with Noah here. Anyway, so we have Noah builds the ark. Now, where did Noah build the ark then?
It would have
Someplace
been,
in America.
yeah. Yep. Someplace in the heartland.
Now, interestingly enough, according to biblical sources, the ark ended up over in the mountains of Ararat over in Turkey. There have been people, members of the church and so forth, that have said that Noah's flood was not really a real event. It didn't really happen. It was maybe a local event, or maybe it was just symbolic. But
Right.
how do you symbolically get the ark from America to Mount Ararat, or how does that happen in a local flood?
Right. Right.
Right.
It doesn't happen if it's localized. The
Right.
other
So
thing
to me,
about the flood is we have a lot of different flood myths from a lot. It seems almost ubiquitous from
yeah,
society to
yeah,
society. And interestingly enough, as of late, if we look at the Washington Scablands, some new research on the Grand Canyon, that does not seem to be a time in memoriam kind of event, right? Where it
yeah,
starts looking more like a catastrophic kind of event that
yep,
does it quickly.
exactly. So so really the Book of Mormon actually testifies. Did you know that the Book of Mormon actually testifies of Noah's flood, kind of indirectly, because when Nephi and the Lehi colony basically arrive in America, they said that they have there's a part in the Book of Mormon that they say that it says when we got here, he said that after the flood waters receded from off the face of this land. So this is actually, he's talking about the Jaredites. He says, but after the flood waters receded from off the face of this land, it again became a promised land because it had been cleansed.
Interesting. Okay. That's
Which means the
fascinating.
flood waters were over in America as well. And
Yeah.
before the Jaredites returned back, it had been, the Noah's flood had flooded America.
Right.
And then later on, when the Jaredites, after the Tower of Babel and so forth, and they came back over, then they were brought back to this same promised land, which is the
Gotcha.
same promised land that is also where the gospel is restored. It's where the New Jerusalem is going to be. I mean, this property. In fact, Joseph Smith, there's a monument there in Far West where Joseph Smith received the revelation. He said, and God called that my sacred land. Right?
Interesting. Okay.
That's what the Lord called that area around Far West. Well, the whole region there in Missouri.
Right.
Okay, he said, this is my sacred land. So this has been a sacred land from the beginning of time, and it will continue to be a sacred land through the end of time when we have the New Jerusalem, is going to be there and so forth. So this has always been a sacred land.
Yep.
Um, but there's kind of two promised lands here. So they have this Mount Ararat. So Noah goes over there. Noah has his three sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They spread out over the land. Shem had, if you follow the Shem line down, you get down to Abraham and Isaac, and we know the story of Abraham and Isaac. I love the story. I
Yep.
love this painting, although it's not accurate because Isaac was not a young lad at the time. He was a full grown man. Probably could have easily overpowered his father, but just like Christ honors his father by doing what his father says, Isaac also honored his father by basically submitting to him, right?
Right.
Just like Christ submits himself to God. Anyway, so we get down to Abraham, and because of Abraham's unflinching willingness to follow God no matter what, even the sacrificing of his own son, which he had, as we know, he had such a hard time getting in the first place, you know.
Yeah.
So he has this really difficult time getting this son. He finally gets his son, and now God basically says, "You got to sacrifice him." So he was willing to give up his most cherished, blessing from God. And that's the reason why he was blessed with a particular blessing. We call this the Abrahamic covenant. It actually didn't necessarily start with Abraham, but Abraham renewed the covenant.
Right.
The covenant actually started with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. But let's talk about that for just a second. So where did this place happen? When we talk about Abraham and Isaac, do places matter? Are there places that are more sacred or whatever than other places? And I think the answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
Where did this actually take place? Well, according to the biblical sources, it happened on Mount Moriah. And where is Mount Moriah today?
It's the Dome of the Rock, right? It's up
Yeah,
on there where Solomon's Temple used to be. Dome of the
yeah,
Rock now. That was the area, right?
yeah. And when I took this picture a few years ago, when I was over there in Israel, one of the things that struck me is that if you take a look at this place, um, it's really not all that awesome.
Right.
you know, I mean, you look at, I mean, it's pretty bleak. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, it's not really beautiful to the eye. It has no natural resources no major, there's no major oil deposits or gold or silver or copper deposits or really anything that would make this site specifically important, for humans. Basically, it's hardly any trees. It's kind of a desert. It's not a pretty place. But yet you have three of the most powerful religions on the planet. You have the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians. They're all willing to basically fight and die over who gets to control that place.
Right.
Why is that? It's because each one of those groups, the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians, they all want to be partakers in the blessings of the covenant that God made with Abraham, specifically at this point, this
Right.
place, this land.
Right. Yep. The site. Well, and it just goes back, as well to man's yearning for sacred space. Right. This is the
Exactly.
place where we connect to our God, and
Exactly.
and likewise, we should expect to see stuff like that when we start talking about the Book of Mormon. Right.
Yeah.
It's the place where you want to connect with your God.
Yeah, sacred places, right?
Yep.
So here God makes this covenant with Abraham. And what was exactly the covenant? What was this covenant that God made with Abraham? Well, I've got this. This is an abbreviated version of it, but basically, he gave him a land. I have all the scriptures that go along with this in my longer version, but I cut this down to save some time. But he talks about the land, that all of the land, the land of Canaan. He says, "All this land I give thee and to thy posterity forever." He said, and how long is forever with God?
Forever. For like no
A
end.
very long time.
Right. Yep.
you know? Excuse me. I guess I didn't take that out. But anyway, so that's Abraham chapter 2. It says, "The land of the Canaanites, unto thy seed will I give this land."
Right.
Okay. So this is Canaan and Canaan.
Yep.
Phonetically they're the same word, but they're spelled differently. So you can differentiate between the New World,
And the old world. Yep.
which the world actually has it backwards. The old world is actually here in America, and the
Yep.
new world would be in Europe and Asia, basically. but we
Right.
call it the other way. So to keep things so that we can understand, we'll just call it the old world is the old world Canaan there. How many tons are there? And for that, I actually turned to I would guess that he's probably the most authoritative figure on how on promised lands and where they're located, and that's Jesus Christ himself. Okay,
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good
so
authority.
yeah, he's a pretty good authority, right? And when he was with the Nephites in the Book of Mormon in Third Nephi, he told us about the promised lands. He said in Third Nephi chapter 20, verse 29, he says, "And I will remember the covenant which I made with my people." He says, "I made a covenant with them that I would gather them together in my own due time, and I would give unto them again the land of their fathers for their inheritance, which is the land of Jerusalem, which is the promised land unto them." Again, for how long?
Forever.
Saith the Father. So this is not just Christ. This is going above Christ's head.
Right.
This is Elohim
Yep.
saying this, right? And it's forever, according to God Himself, that this land of Jerusalem is the promised land. So there we go. This is the promised land that was given to Abraham and Isaac. But in the same chapter in Third Nephi, when Christ is with the Nephites, he then also said this. He says, "Behold, this people will I establish in this land." Now, who are the people he's talking about here?
It would be
He's
the
not talking about the Nephites here. He's
no.
actually talking about the Gentiles
Okay.
that ultimately we're going to take over this land. Because he's talking about how the Gentiles are going to come and they're going to, so forth. And he says, "Behold, this people," meaning the Gentiles, "will I establish in this land." Now, what land is he talking about here? He's talking about the land that he's on, right? And
America.
he's
Yep.
there with the Nephites. He says, "Under the fulfilling of the covenant which I made with your father Jacob, and it," meaning this land, "shall be a new Jerusalem."
Interesting.
So you have Jerusalem and the New Jerusalem,
Right.
two separate places, the same name, but he wants to differentiate between the old and the New Jerusalem. Okay,
Right.
and that's what he's talking about. So the bottom line, you see a pattern developing here.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so if that's the case, these are the two promised lands. These are the two covenant gathering places for the house of Israel. These are the two places where God set up his religion, his
Yep.
gospel. Okay, and I could go into a lot more detail about all the different things that have happened significantly in the history of the earth that started with these two places. So, but we don't have the time to get into all that. But so let's go back into Joseph Smith knew. So essentially, so this is on March the 7th of 1831. Actually, this is February 9th of 1831. He says, "Thou shalt ask, and it shall be revealed unto you in my own due time where the New Jerusalem shall be built."
Okay.
So
So
here
here
he's
the
kind of
Lord.
teasing Joseph Smith.
Yeah. Yep. Cliffhanger.
I'm going to tell you, but not yet.
Right.
Okay. That's in DNC Doctrine and Covenants, section 42. Then a month later, the Lord began to fill his promise to Joseph. He said, "Gather ye out from the eastern lands, go forth into the western countries." Okay.
Okay.
And he says, "And it should be called the New Jerusalem, a land of peace, a place of safety, refuge, and so forth." Okay. That's DNC 45. And then this is where he actually, about a year and a half after that, in September of 1832, the Lord completed his promise to Joseph by giving him the exact location of the book of the New Jerusalem. He says, and this is as clear as you can get. I mean, you really can't argue this point, at least not very well. Okay, so
Right.
because it's the revelation of Jesus Christ unto his servant Joseph Smith. "Stand upon Mount Zion, which shall be the city of New Jerusalem, which city shall be built, beginning at the temple lot, appointed by the finger of the Lord in the western boundaries of the state of Missouri," or in Missouri,
Sure.
or Missouri. My mom is originally from St. Louis, and she always said it's not called Missouri, it's called Missouri.
Right.
But then I actually
Right.
went to people who are there in Missouri, and they said no, it's Missouri. So anyway, I don't know. You live there, Dave. Is it Missouri or Missouri?
Most people I hang out with, it's still Missouri. Now, I do
Yeah.
know that there are some other folks that will call it Missouri, and far be it from me. I'm a newcomer, so I'm not going to argue with anybody on this. And I'll take
Yeah.
correction wherever it comes. So,
Well, I have a lot of friends in Missouri, and most of them always say Missouri. I think it was an old school thing. Maybe my mom's parents called it Missouri, back in that time. But anyway, but he says it's dedicated by the hand of Joseph Smith. Verily, this is the word of the Lord, that the city of New Jerusalem shall be built by the gathering of the saints, beginning at this place, even the place of the temple. So I think it's pretty darn clear. Missouri, USA is where the New Jerusalem is located. Is everybody with me so far?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay. So if that's the case, and then we have the very first land of promise was here. The New Jerusalem in the future is going to be here. So it sounds to me like this is truth. This is
Right.
past, present, and future. Missouri, USA is the New Jerusalem. And then even in this is section 45, the New Jerusalem shall be called Zion. In Moses, it should be called Zion, a New Jerusalem. He's going to prepare a holy city. Now, some people talk about Zion, and there is kind of two definitions of Zion. There's kind of the more esoteric definition of Zion, which means the pure in heart. There's actually a physical location that's going to be called Zion in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that Zion, he's talking about, I'm going to prepare a holy city, and there shall be my tabernacle, should be called Zion and New Jerusalem. And of course, in the article of faith that Joseph Smith put together, he says, we believe in the literal gathering of Israel, the restoration of the 10 tribes, and that Zion, the New Jerusalem, will be built upon the American continent. Okay, so this Zion is the same thing here.
Right.
Missouri, USA, New Jerusalem, Zion. I have a whole, in one of my earliest presentations, I have a whole string of scriptures that also does this, but this is going to be kind of an abbreviated version of that. But here we talked about this land, which is the land of Missouri. This is the land of promise, the place of the city of Zion. And behold, the place which is now called Independence is the center place. I hate it when the Lord kind of beats around the bush and doesn't really tell us exactly what he means.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty clear, Rod. I mean,
I mean,
he
really,
narrows that down pretty well.
yeah. So why am I making a big deal about this Missouri and land of promise and New Jerusalem and so forth? Okay. Well, because here in the Book of Mormon, we have a double prophetic witness. When I say double prophetic witness, what we have is we have Ether who prophesied that the New Jerusalem is going to be built on his lands, and then when Ether puts it in his record, then Moroni has to come along and he abridges the Jaredite record, the
Right.
record of Ether, basically, and he abridges it. And so this is actually, to some extent, this is Moroni making commentary as well. And so you have both Moroni and Ether testifying that their lands were going to be one day the New Jerusalem.
Wow.
And we know where the New Jerusalem is by revelation. This is not speculation. This is not wondering where a narrow neck of land is or where a narrow passage is or whatever. This is Ether saw the days of Christ. He spake concerning a New Jerusalem upon this land. And
Right.
then he follows up and says that a New Jerusalem should be built upon this land unto the remnant of the seed of Joseph, which has been a type. So then he also talks about it being choice above all other lands. He also said that Independence was going to be a center place. And that's real important as well, because when Joseph Smith received this revelation of the center place, if we go back to that scripture here for just a second here, okay, he says that Independence is the center place. Independence wasn't in the center of anything. Independence was the far western edge of civilization. Beyond that, it was basically Indian territory and Mexican territory beyond that. This is before before all of that had been annexed into the United States.
Right.
So when Joseph Smith received this revelation, he probably scratched his head and said, Independence is the center place. The center of what? We're going to get back to that in just a couple minutes when we understand where Joseph Smith actually understood what the word America means to Joseph Smith.
Okay.
All right. So going back to this, so we have section 46, it's a chosen land. It's a land of liberty. Interestingly enough, in the Book of Mormon, there's 8 different times where they reference the land in the future, that after the Nephites are done, that when the Gentiles come, they talked about it being a land of liberty 8 times. Wow. They actually call it a land of liberty 8 different times. So when they're talking about these prophecies and these promises, that's another thing. It's going to be a choice land. It's going to be a land of liberty. And this is what I call the scriptural limiting factor, because there's a lot of people say, well, but it's all of the Americas, because America, but back in those days was defined as, North, Central, and South America. That was all of the Americas because they were joined there at Panama and so forth, right? So they're
Right.
saying that basically, especially the Meso-America advocates are saying, well, Mexico and Guatemala and so forth and Honduras, they're all part of it because they're all part of America, meaning North, Central, and South America.
Gotcha.
But this is the scriptural limiting factor because it says it didn't say it was all of the entire hemisphere. It said it was a nation. And as it
Gotcha.
says, nevertheless, thou beholdest the Gentiles have gone forth out of captivity, been lifted up by the power of God above all other nations upon the face of the land, which is choice above all other lands. Well, what land is that? Oh, it's the land that the Lord God has made a covenant with my fathers that his seed should have for their inheritance.
Okay.
And so he's talking about this land of liberty. It's a nation above all other nations. So it's not all of the Americas because all of the Americas isn't a singular nation, right?
Right.
Okay. And then and again, just at 57, I just love this. The land of Missouri, this is the place for the gathering of the saints, and this is the land of promise and the place for the city of Zion. Are we going to accept the Lord's words here as a revelation, or are we not? It really comes down to that.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. I tend to stick with his words on that stuff. I feel like I feel like kind of the argument's over at that point. So
Yeah. So if this is the land of promise, then it's really fascinating because these are the two lands of promise that are going on in the world. These are the two places where the gospel was initiated.
right.
This is where Adam and Eve were. This is where the Adam on the Ammon is actually where there was a Nephite altar there, according to Joseph Smith.
Yep.
Which if there was a Nephite altar, there's a pretty good bet there's Nephites there.
Yep.
And then you have basically Adam Abraham and his posterity and the special place over there. So this is where Christ comes to establish his gospel. Then when we have the Dark Ages, basically, and the gospel is lost, then he reestablishes it again over in the other promised land.
Gotcha.
And these are the two promised lands. These are the two covenant gathering places for the house of Israel. These two places, and it just happens to be, even in the future, when we're in during the millennium, he says that the law will go forth from the new Jerusalem, and the word will go forth from the old Jerusalem. So apparently, Christ will reign personally upon the earth during the millennium, and he's going to be more or less, his residence is going to be in Jerusalem, but the law that's going to control the world, basically, the law that people are going to be living under, is going to be coming out of America.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I remember reading that and being fascinated by that.
Yeah. And then, just in case anybody wonders about it being a nation, First Nephi chapter 13 says that I, Nephi, beheld that the Gentiles that had gone forth out of captivity were delivered by the power of God out of the hands of all other nations.
Yep.
So there's other nations that this nation is not a part of. This was delivered out of these other nations, right? And in First Nephi chapter 22, it becomes so clear here when you start to go through these scriptures in the Book of Mormon, identifying this nation that had been talked about. Does it means the time's going to come that after all the house of Israel has been scattered and confounded, that the Lord God is going to raise up a mighty nation among the Gentiles. So again, he's talking about now you could argue, well, he's talking about like the nation of Israel, right? But the nation of Israel is all over the place. He's talking about a specific nation as a governmental entity and a location in the Americas, basically, that is this nation. Yeah, even upon the face of this land, the land that they're on. And then he says, and by them, meaning these Gentiles, shall our seed be scattered. So the remnant of the Lamanites are going to get scattered by this nation. And that's another fascinating and really unarguable thing, because did the Native American people get scattered by this nation?
Yes, they did.
And are they still scattered?
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. In Meso-America, the nation that was there, the people that were there were the Mayans. And the Mayans, there was some scattering that happened, but who's still in control of the nation, for example, of Mexico or Guatemala? It's still those the indigenous people. They still are in control of it. But up here, the Gentiles took control of their lands.
Right.
So
Yep.
you really have to look at this and say, where does this prophecy actually, where has this been fulfilled? It turns out that the very first book that we did, I did with Bruce Porter, and I did the initial research, and he did a bunch of research as well, and he actually ended up writing the book itself because I was too busy to get actually, and he's a better writer than I am anyway.
Right.
So we did this book called Prophecies and Promises. It was the first ever deep dive into the prophecies in the Book of Mormon, identifying the nation that they're talking about. Now, there's 36 prophecies in the Book of Mormon about that nation, and this is why we think that the Heartland model makes the most sense, because of the 36 prophecies. As we go through these, just really quickly here, Dave, you ask yourself, what nation is it that qualifies for these prophecies? Okay, so for example, 33 times in the Book of Mormon, they talked about it being a land of promise. It said it would be 20 times. The number there is the number 20, for example, is the number of times that it shows up in the Book of Mormon of this prophecy. So 20 times the Book of Mormon talks about the land being consecrated for an inheritance. An inheritance of who?
Right. For God's people.
Yeah, the seed of Joseph, basically, right?
Yep.
14 times it says to be a land that's choice above all other lands. It's going to be number 12. It's going to be a land that's going to be cursed because of wickedness. In other words, if wickedness prevails, this land gets cursed. Did that happen before?
Yes.
What about Adam and his posterity? Yeah,
Yep.
they got wiped out by the flood. What about the Jaredites? Yeah, they got wiped out through civil war. What about the Nephites? Yeah, they got wiped out by civil war.
Right.
Right. So are we going to learn from the past, from the history, or not? Anyway, so
Right.
then 8 times it says it's going to be a land that's holy to those who led to it by the Lord. In other words, some people are going to be led to it specifically for religious purposes. Did that happen here in North America, and I should say in the United States?
Yep.
Well, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, then it talks about it's going to be a land of prosperity and security. Now, does anybody really believe that Guatemala is more prosperous and secure than the United States?
Not at this moment.
Well, but now, of course, we've been messing things up. We now are the greatest debtor nation in the history of the earth too.
Right. Yep.
So we have, but in the past, it has been the land of prosperity and security, and to this day, the world looks at the United States as the most prosperous, one of the most prosperous nations. There's per capita and so forth you could look at, but
Right.
really, the United States is still looked that way.
Yep.
6 times it said it would be the land of liberty. And of course, this is a fascinating thing that we were doing research to find out the difference between freedom and liberty, and it turns out that the founding fathers. How many times did the founding fathers talk about this being the land of freedom? And
Not
the answer
often.
is zero.
Not
Zero.
often.
We
Right. There is
couldn't
a
find a
difference.
single instance of any of the founding fathers talking about this being the land of freedom. They always reference it as the land of
Liberty.
liberty.
Yep.
What's the difference between liberty and freedom? Freedom basically is the ability to act or to do whatever you want to.
Right.
According to Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, and I'm taking that out, I think, of this presentation here. But it talks about freedom is without any restraint, moral or physical. So there's no restraints. Freedom
That's
gives you
that's
that opportunity.
that's with no restraints. That's essentially anarchy, right? I mean,
Anarchy. Yeah,
if
it really
anybody's
is.
doing whatever they want, that's anarchy. And I'm
Yeah,
kind of a nerd for the founding fathers too. I mean, that's why I moved back east. I lived on the eastern shore of Maryland. Liberty is something different, right? Liberty is the ability to go about your business, be able to set a self-determined course without fear of molestation by others, right? That your rights
yeah,
are protected.
yeah. And actually, Noah Webster actually got it pretty much right too. He basically said, if you look up liberty in Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, which was the dictionary in use at the time of Joseph Smith, Noah Webster basically says that liberty is essentially freedom with only the restraints placed by nature and nature's God.
Okay,
So,
as
so
always, they did a much better job of
yeah.
wording that than I could have. So,
No, that was really good. but there's even a better one in Second Nephi in the Book of Mormon. Probably the best definition of the difference between freedom and liberty that you will find anywhere on the earth. It's just a phenomenal definition. He basically says, this is, I think, Second Nephi chapter 2, I think it is. Anyway, and he says that we are free to choose, and he gives us the two choices. He says liberty and eternal life, or captivity and death.
Gotcha.
So liberty is the choice to follow God. Freedom gives you the choice, but once you've made the choice to follow God, that's called liberty. And that's what the founding fathers understood.
Right.
So liberty is when you make the choice that you're going to follow God. This was a Christian nation. It was set up as a Christian nation. And so when you're going to follow God, it's interesting that the founding fathers, for example, we have in the bay there in New York, we have the statue holding up the torch and everything that she's called the Statue of Freedom, right?
No, liberty.
No, it's the Statue of Liberty. We have this bell in Philadelphia, and they call it the Freedom Bell.
Nope.
No,
Liberty Bell.
It's the Liberty Bell. What they're saying is that we've made our choice, and we choose to follow God, and that's liberty.
Yep. It's interesting, especially when you start looking at what Washington does right after his first inauguration, where he marches everyone down to, I believe it's St. Mark's Church, right there, just a few short blocks away from ground zero of 9/11. And basically, for the first time since David and Solomon, puts an entire nation under covenant to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And there's some fascinating stuff there, especially if you want to start
with his hand on the Bible. Actually, in fact, when they did this, they said we don't have any protocols for inauguration of a president or whatever. So they said, what should we do? And he said, well, get me so they brought in the Gideon Bible basically. And they opened it up specifically according to historical sources. He opens up the Bible over to Genesis. What is it? Chapter, I'm trying to remember what chapter it is, 26 or something like that.
Where it grows over the wall, that grows over the wall. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a striking amount of evidence to make the claim that from its earliest inceptions, not just the founders, but you can go back to John Winthrop as he's coming across on the Atlantic with his people.
Yep.
Puts his people under covenant. And that one specifically is eerily reminiscent to what Alma tells people as they're getting ready to be baptized, right? We're going to engage each other in familiar commerce. We're going to make each other's burdens our own. And so there's and it talks about God dwelling amongst them. I mean, there was a definite feeling amongst the founders of the United States, and even earlier, those folks coming across to seek religious liberty, that we begin to understand that they understand their position as not something separate from the Bible and old Israel, but this is a continuation of Israel's story. And when you start getting into Joseph Smith talking about the blood of Ephraim on this land, it gets very, very interesting.
Yeah, it really does. It's just fascinating. We could spend a week on just this information right here involving the land of liberty, and so forth. But it is just, oh my goodness, yeah. There's such a plethora of information, and really even the whole 9/11 thing.
Yep.
And how when the place of the invocation of the covenant with God that God made with George Washington on the day of his inauguration, he literally put his right hand to the square with his hand on the scripture there in Genesis that talks about that Joseph will become a fruitful bough by a well whose branches run over the wall, right?
Yep.
And historians have scratched their heads. Why? What's the deal with this? Why would he quote this? Why would he have his hand specifically on that scripture? It makes no sense. But when you understand that Joseph, who was now this is a reference back to Joseph with the coat of many colors, basically the son of Ishmael or Israel.
Jacob. You're right. Yep, Jacob.
Okay, so Jacob basically has his 12 sons, including Joseph. But interestingly enough, when land was distributed to when the Lord basically divided the land of Israel basically up for the 12 tribes.
Right.
Joseph didn't get an inheritance.
Yep.
Gad and Issachar and all these others, and Judah and so forth, they all got a land inheritance, but there was two of the brothers who didn't get a land inheritance, even though Joseph's two kids did. Both Ephraim and Manasseh, they both got a land inheritance. But the two tribes that didn't get it was Levi.
Right.
The tribe of Levi, they didn't get a land inheritance because their inheritance was the temple.
Yep.
And Joseph didn't get an inheritance. And when I found that out, I was like, wait a minute, but I thought Joseph was the good one.
Right. Right.
He's the one that got the coat of many colors. Why did he get denied a land inheritance over there in Israel?
Because his
And the
inheritance was
reason
here.
why is right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
His inheritance is America.
Right. Yep. And going back to Washington, one of the things, if you study Washington even for a little bit, is he had a general self-awareness about himself, especially later in life where he understood he was setting the precedent, right?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
why for years and years it was not in the Constitution that you could only serve 2 terms, right? Because Washington set the precedent and everyone said, well, you think you're better than Washington. So
Yeah.
with that understanding that Washington's very deliberate about what he does, the idea that, oh, well, they just opened up to some page and went for it. No, I don't buy that for a minute, right? Because if
Right.
it was just that, he'd have just opened it up somewhere in the middle that made sense. He specifically went there for a reason, right?
Yeah.
And it was recorded, and it would do us well to go back and look at those things.
Yeah. What's interesting, we found, I think it's 3 different times that the founding fathers actually talked about that one day there will be a new Jerusalem in America.
Yep.
They
Yep.
actually talked about a new Jerusalem before Joseph Smith was even born.
Yep.
The founding fathers were talking about that there's some that where were they getting this from?
Yep. Yep.
Right?
Well, there's an interesting passage in a book called Brother Joseph by Cleon Skousen. It's 2 volume set. And in the first pages of that
Mm-hmm.
set, it goes actually over kind of a prophecy that was made by Thomas Jefferson, in which he says, and I'm paraphrasing here, um, that at some point there'll be somebody from this continent that will come forward to restore the true principles of Christianity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's so many stories. I mean, one is that Washington, essentially, the British have kind of had enough, and they're willing to compromise greatly with Washington to just get this conflict over with, right?
Yeah.
And they go to
Yeah.
Washington and they offer him a sweetheart's deal. They really do. But in that moment, Washington's like, something has changed, right? For Washington, it stops becoming about taxes now and prosperity,
Yeah.
and he begins to sense that something else is going on, evidenced by the fact that he turns them down. He says, "No,
Yeah.
you want this to end. Just get off the land." So when you start talking about the founders and the early settlers in America,
Mm-hmm.
it's worth a study because what you see is that they very much understood that this was a continuation of Israel's story.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But the interesting thing is when at the previous civilizations that were here on this American land, from the Nephites, I mean, they understood also that they were told that they're going to be coming to a promised land,
Yep.
right? And then and the Jaredites before them were told that they were going to be coming to a promised land. So this land of promise thing is a really important aspect of it, and I think it's even more important than speculations about narrow necks of land.
Right.
And that's kind of my point with this is when I started to do the research on this, I was like, oh my gosh, this is pretty clear. So it talks about 5 times it's be the land of New Jerusalem, 4 times it says it's be the land where all will either worship God or they're going to get destroyed. So
Yep.
basically, you better be believers if you're going to be on this land because you're not going to be on the land for very long if you're not. And that says 3 times that the land was being prepared for the Lord's people. It's never going to be brought into captivity. It's going to be fortified against all other nations. So that's a part of that Abrahamic covenant.
Right.
So the Abrahamic covenant, we didn't really get into it too much, but it basically involved the land, posterity, prosperity, and security. I have a whole presentation on just that part of it because it's so important. But again, trying to just narrow this down so we can don't go for 10 hours here or 2 weeks. but the but basically, it's the one of the things is the security clause.
Right.
That as long as the people are righteous, God will literally fight their battles for them. Right.
Right.
And this happened with the Jaredites. This happened with the Nephites, where they talked about how the Lamanites were always coming with a bigger army and more men and so forth, and yet the Nephites would prevail in battle against them and so forth. As long as they're righteous, God would fight their battles for them. It's going to be land only for those who are brought by the Lord. It's going to be kept from the knowledge of other nations. It's going to be where none will molest. Let's see, the land of the king. Well, that's a really critical one, because who is going to be the king of this land? It's Christ.
Right. Yep.
Right. But he says, but he's not going to allow another king or a king to be on this land. Okay. So that's an interesting one, because where in the Americas do we have a nation that hasn't been ruled by a king ever since their inception? Since they became a nation, they've never had a king. Well, Canada that rules out Canada because they still are under the Queen, right? You look at their money system; it's the Queen on the money and so forth, right? You look at Mexico, for example. They had King Ferdinand, I believe it was.
Right.
No, King Maximilian. King Maximilian. He was a king of Mexico after they were established as a nation. So the only nation that hasn't had a king in the Americas is basically the United States at this point.
Well, now
it's going to be a land that's going to be visited by Christ, and it's going to be sacred. The sacred record is going to be kept in this particular nation.
hold on one second, because I can already see the pushback coming. So let me beat them to the punch. Weren't the 13 colonies under a king? Isn't that what 1776 was about?
But America wasn't established as a nation at that point.
Okay, fair enough. No, you're right. You're right. We were colonies of Britain.
That's what the whole War of Independence was about.
Right. Okay. No, that makes sense.
So once George Washington took over and made the covenant with God,
that
never had a king
starts the clock on that starts the clock on the nation. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And people say, well, and I had this asked to me. I just did a debate actually with Ward Radio here about a week or so ago, and the question was, okay, so you're saying it's the United States of America, but the United States, what in 1830 or later on with Louisiana Purchase, or was it the Mexican Territory Purchase, or was it the Northwest Territories Purchase? Which America is it, Rod? And my feeling is basically God knows what this nation was going to end up becoming. And say, well, okay, so let's take it down. What happens in the future? Somebody brought up, what if President Trump basically annexes Canada into the United States? Now is Canada part of the promised land? Or what if Mexico gets annexed into the United States? Whatever. Is that going to be now part of the promised land that Mexico would now then be? And I said, you know what? My feeling is basically the promised land has been pretty clear. It's the heartland of America.
Right.
It's where the Garden of Eden was. It's where Adam dwelt. It's where the New Jerusalem is going to be. It's where the gospel is restored and established and so forth. Right.
Yep.
So that's the land. I don't think we have to wonder or worry about exactly what time frame the Lord's talking about, because the Lord knows what this nation was going to be, and it's been about the same now for 200 years.
Yep.
Or so. It hasn't really changed dramatically. There's been a couple of territories here and there, whatever, but really the 50 states have been, there for a very long time, about 200 years. So my assumption is that that's what God was talking about, and we'll actually get into that in just a second here when we get into the center of the land thing, which we talked about with the independence. Okay. But anyway, so these are 18 promises about the land itself, but also has prophecies about the people who are going to occupy this land. Let's take a look at those, for example. So who are these Latter-day Gentiles? It says 13 times the Gentiles are going to scatter and they're going to afflict the remnant. This is the Lamanites, right?
Right.
10 times the Gentiles are going to bring forth a marvelous work and a wonder. Where did the Book of Mormon actually come forth? This is the marvelous work and a wonder. Where did it happen? Right. It wasn't Guatemala. It wasn't southern Mexico. Okay. It was in the United States. It says the Gentiles are going to be shown mercy and receive the gospel. They're going to bring the gospel to the remnant. The Gentiles are going to obtain the land for their inheritance. The Gentiles are going to be blessed, and they're going to prosper on this land. The
Okay.
Gentiles are going to become a mighty nation above all other nations. It's kind of funny. Whenever I brought that up, I said, what nation does anybody here believe that Guatemala is a nation above all other nations? And if that's the case, in what way is Guatemala the nation above all other nations? And I had one guy in the back of a presentation one time, he kind of raised his hand kind of sheepishly, and I said, okay. He says, well, how about the number of drug lords per capita?
Fair. Fair.
Okay. You got me there. Okay. So but I don't think that's what the Lord's talking about
right.
here, right? Okay. So he's going to be blessed and prosper on the land. It's going to become a mighty nation. They're not going to remain in blindness. The Gentiles are going to come out of captivity to come to this land. Now, there was some of that happened in Central America as well, but basically they emptied a lot of the jails of, the prisons of Europe to get rid of those prisoners. They didn't have to take care of them. It was just, hey, we're just going to send them over to the New World and let them go fight it out over there.
Yep.
And they empty their prisons, just like they've been emptying their prisons now, bringing people in as illegals into the United States, and emptying the prisons in Venezuela and other countries, and now they're sending them all to the United States with our open border policy we've had the last few years. Right. And not want to try to get too political here, but bottom line is that the same thing has kind of been happening there. And then just to finish this up really quickly on this part of it here, these Gentiles are going to come to this land. They're going to be protected by God. As long as they're righteous, God will fight their battles for them, right? The Gentiles are going to establish a land of liberty in this country. They're going to become multitudes upon the land. They're not going to destroy the remnant, though. Even though they're going to displace them and scatter them, they're not going to destroy them. In fact, they become like nursing mothers to them, right?
Right.
Gentiles are going to bring other books of truth, like the Bible. They're going to bring the Bible to the remnant. The church is going to be established among these Gentiles, and the mother Gentiles are going to battle against the Gentiles who come out of captivity. So did Christ then prophesy that the New Jerusalem would be built on Book of Mormon land? Behold, this people will I establish in this land. Fulfilling the covenant shall be. Okay, so I think that he did. This is showing here in Ether the connections here. This land, it's a choice land, it's a chosen land, and it's the New Jerusalem. Okay, same thing in Ether chapter 13. New Jerusalem's on this land. New Jerusalem's on this land, under this remnant of the seed of Joseph. So here we have and the Nephites are both saying that the New Jerusalem of the future is going to be built on their lands where they're at now. So that's basically my bottom line right here. Okay. The only nation that fulfills every Book of Mormon requirement to be the promised land is the United States of America. Now, I've had people accuse me of saying, well, you're just being rah-rah USA. You're just playing on people's, patriotism and their heartfelt understanding of, that they love this country and so forth. And you're just playing into that. And my answer is no, I'm not actually. These are the words of God that we've just gone through. These are all scriptures that we were going through that talks about these prophecies and promises. In fact, I remember a few years ago, I was headed up to do several presentations up in British Columbia, Canada. And as I'm going up I was doing presentations up along Oregon and Washington before I got up into Canada. As I'm heading up to Canada, I'm thinking, this is kind of USA centric. It's like, I wonder how these Canadians are going to, maybe I should alter my presentation to be a little less, rah-rah USA kind of thing, right?
Right.
As I was going up there, I had kind of a stern reprimand, and basically the words basically were, whose prophecies are these anyway? Yours or mine?
Interesting.
And so I thought, well, you know what? Yeah, this is not my words. I'm simply just telling what the Lord said or I should say what the Book of Mormon says about this promised land. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, and I'm not gonna change it. I'm gonna do it the exact same way. So I went up there to Canada, talked to the Canadian saints up there, and they totally got it. They said, yeah, we know. he said basically, as the United States goes, so goes Canada. If the United States goes down, if the United States becomes so corrupt and so forth, it will affect us, and we'll go down with it. In
Yep.
fact, now I can say this is pretty much, this is a factual situation. That is that if the United States ever goes down, if it collapses, monetarily, or if we continue in our collapse of belief in God, basically, that entire world's going down.
Yeah. Yeah. There is no doubt at this stage that what Ronald Reagan said absolutely holds true. And now this is usually when I talk about Reagan is when I usually start getting a lot of hate mail. Reagan had one day I'm just going to write a book and it's going to be called People Say the Darndest Things About Dave. And it's just going to be a collection of hate mail. The more clever ones. Anyway, Reagan said that the world's last best hope is still America.
Yeah,
And America's last best hope still rests with us, right? And how
yeah,
we kind of define our relationship with God.
yeah,
And I've had more than one person reach out to me. The two that come to mind immediately is one that lives over in Scotland and then another that lives in the UK who said, as goes America, there goes the West, right? And when they say the West, they're not talking geographic things. They're talking about those ideals of Western civilization that have, quite frankly, caused the world to thrive in a way
yeah,
that's unprecedented in human history. So,
yeah.
and these are the words, the Lord's words, right? They're not ours. That we don't get to dictate. Gosh, I
Right.
think the message is too centric to one geographic location. Can we do some adjusting here to make people feel more included? Um, it's just what it is, right? The truth has
Yeah,
no agenda. It doesn't
yeah,
care about your feelings. It doesn't care about how you feel, right? The truth is simply because it exists.
yeah. But I've had people basically say, well, so what? Somehow the United States is better than all other nations, and my answer is absolutely not.
No,
Just like Abraham was given the the um, the land of Canaan. Okay, he was also given, and I wish I had not taken that part out of this, just because this presentation is so much better with all the Abrahamic covenant stuff in it. But one of the things that Abraham was, the reasons for the blessings. So Abraham was given these blessings of the land, posterity, prosperity, and security, right? Those were those
right,
blessings. But he's also given a charge. He was given a requirement. And that requirement is that basically you have to live the commandments. That was the foundations. That was this is the prerequisite for receiving the blessings, is you have to live the 10 commandments. But the whole thing with Abraham had to do with one charge that he had. It says that through your posterity will all the nations of the earth be blessed, even with the blessings of the life eternal, with the blessings of the gospel, which are the blessings of life eternal. Okay, is how he says it. So in other words, he says, Abraham, you and your posterity, you're going to need to have these special blessings. And I've asked people all over the place, said, so why is Abraham getting special blessings? Is God is he partial to certain people? Does he love some of his children more than he loves other children? And the answer, of course, is no, he doesn't. But it doesn't change the fact that Abraham was given this charge. And that is that he's to be the one, his posterity is to be the one that takes the gospel to all the other nations of the earth. So they have been given a specific mission to fulfill, a mission to accomplish, and they're going to need to have specific blessings to accomplish that mission. And those blessings are going to be that they're going to need a land. Why do they need a land? Because they need to establish a civilization of belief. They need to establish communities that they can teach their kids about God. So God's going to give them this land. He's going to bless them with posterity, because in order to have a powerful missionary force, you have to have people who the gospel spread from heart to heart and from spirit to spirit. So you're going to need to have kids. So God says, I'm going to bless you with the greatest blessing I can give you, which is children. He
Right.
says, I'm also going to bless you with prosperity, because it's not cheap to have a powerful missionary force, Abraham. If you're going to have a big missionary force, you're going to have the money to do it. That money has to come from somewhere. So I'm going to prosper you on the land.
Yep.
So you're going to prosper on this land. And then he says the fourth thing is you're going to have security, because even if you have the first three, if you have the land and posterity and prosperity, but you at war, you can't really have a powerful missionary force if you're taking all of your young men and women to go fight battles. So he
Right.
says, I'm going to take care of your war situation too. And with those four things, you should be able to build the biggest, most powerful missionary force on the earth to be able to take my gospel out to all the other of my kids who need it.
Yeah.
But Abraham, that's your charge. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's basically what he's done. So essentially, the United States becomes that promised land, to fulfill that part of the covenant. To be, the missionary work of the church comes out primarily of the United States.
Right.
You know, in
Right.
fact, this is Elder L. Tom Perry, an apostle. Basically in the corner of the 12 apostles of Salt Lake Church, basically says but he actually said the United States is the promised land foretold in the Book of Mormon. Now, he didn't say the Americas. And then, of course, we can get into the Phoenicia expedition, and we haven't really gotten into the actual evidences, but I think this is the most powerful evidence, is the
Yeah.
scriptural foundations.
Yep.
I wish we could go into about 4 or 5 hours of information about the Phoenicia ship, the ship that we actually now own. I don't know if you knew that, Dave. But
I didn't know that when you say we, who are you talking about, Rod?
Heartland Research Group.
Okay. So I talked with a gentleman and then a woman who was a professor over in Tunisia. And we actually had a podcast and talked about this ship here
Yeah,
and the Mulek connection and that sort of stuff, which was fascinating.
yeah.
I want to
But,
go back for just a second and just talk about something real quick. And
mhm,
that is when people start talking about, the promised land over in Israel and the promised land here, it's, as you were saying, it's not something that was meant for simply self-aggrandizement, right?
right.
We were blessed with the understanding that we now have to be of more service, right?
Mhm.
And as we look at certainly America and we, and I don't want to whitewash things. I understand we've done some crappy stuff, right?
Right, right.
But nonetheless, we have been the stopgap to tyranny by and large, right? To this day,
Yeah,
most aid that the rest of the world receives, excuse me, comes from these shores. And there's a reason. And I think de Tocqueville hit it just right when he said America's great because Americans are good, right?
yeah.
And I still have hope for us.
He,
Good,
he
good.
he also said if America ever ceases to be good,
She'll cease to be great.
America will cease to be great.
Yep. Yep. And he understood that long before the Book of Mormon was really on the scene. And
Yeah,
it's something that we definitely need to keep in mind. This isn't something we should thump our chest over. We need to be
right.
humbled and understand that while we have the privilege and the honor of living on this land, there's things expected of us. And none of
Yeah,
that includes thumping our chest and snubbing our thumbs at the rest of the world. We have a responsibility to fulfill.
yeah. Well, if you look at, I mean, the Lord has told us that the best way to know if something's good or bad, if it brings them to Christ, it's basically by their fruit you shall know them, right?
Right.
Well, what has been the fruit of the United States? Now you can focus and say, well, the fruit of the United States is they had slaves and they had this and and so forth and so on. But actually, when you take a look at the real history, the United States was the reason why slavery is not practiced all over the world today. It's
Yep.
still practiced in a lot of places, but the United States and the formation of the Constitution of the United States was really the blueprint for almost
Yep.
every democracy, if you will. And we're not technically a democracy; we're supposed to be a republic,
Right.
but but we've kind of turned into more of a democracy. But anyway, but bottom line is that more people are living under freedom and liberty in this world
Yep.
than at any other time in the history of mankind. Mankind has a tendency to differentiate and have you have the elites and you have all the serfs.
Yep.
And the United States is one of those. The Constitution of the United States is what created a middle class.
Yep.
There was really no middle class before. You had those who were in power and those who were being powered over. And the middle class of the United States has more power than any other, any other people in the history, which is what makes the United States people happier in general, are people who live under democracy or live at least under self-rule is the key. And the United States is the one that basically established that. That wasn't happening in England and France and
Right.
Portugal and Spain and so forth, and they were all ruled by kings.
Yep.
And it was the United States that basically caused this to happen and changed the entire world. You take a look at slavery. I mean, basically, the United States had less slaves than almost anywhere else, but percentage-wise, and we were the first ones to abolish it. We weren't the very first ones to abolish it, but we were the ones that actually abolished it. And then we basically said, we're not doing business with any other country who has slaves,
Yep.
which kind of forced the slave trade to basically go away. You take a look at the gospel going out to the world, and where's Christianity being moved forward in the world, and the United States plays a huge part in that. We've been responsible for putting down more despots like Hitler and other other people who brutally go after their people and kill them and so forth. And we have had to come in there and to try to fix that. Have we been perfect? Of course not. But as an overall good, I would say we're probably about 80% positive and 20% negative. Today, on the other hand, though, we have the United States is the leading producer of porn, for example. We're the ones that are pushing the whole what is a woman agenda, kind of thing.
Yep.
I mean, you go to any other country asking what's a woman, they point at, well, she's a woman.
Right.
Here in the United States, we're kind of like we've completely lost our moorings.
Yeah. 100%. Couldn't
So
agree.
anyway, well, we're not going to get into other good stuff here, Dave, if we don't keep moving on here. But anyway, so we've been. I haven't noticed what time it is, but yeah, we're 2.5 hours already.
Okay. Do you want to come back at a later time? I know you're busy.
No, I can do this, but we're just
let's do it.
But we're going to be all day long if we don't. If I don't stop. I'll just have to keep going on. But anyway, but yeah, so this is just showing the Phoenicia expedition and the route that they went. We've got tons of information on our website about that. Lehi's potential arrival and so forth. We have this is talking about the Tower Hill. Adam-on-the-Ammon has the Nephite altar there. Pretty good bet there's Nephites there. What did Joseph Smith know about the Book of Mormon Geography? This has got some great stuff. The Wentworth letter. By the way, the Wentworth letter, part of that was actually canonized, as we know. And in that, Joseph, he wrote that he was informed concerning the Aboriginal inhabitants of this country. What country is Joseph Smith talking about here?
America.
What country is he in?
Yeah, the United States.
Yeah. It says that he was shown who they were, where they came from, a brief sketch of their origin, their progress, their civilization, their laws, and their governments, and it all happened on this continent. And he says that the remnant of the Book of Mormon are the Indians that now inhabit this country. He says this book tells us our Savior made his appearance upon this continent. Okay, so the remnant are the Indians that now inhabit this country. So that's one revelatory account. Okay, because this is the Wentworth letter. He said he received it by revelation. This is the American Revivalist account in 1833. Joseph Smith sent a letter off to the American Revivalists and Rochester Observer newspaper in Rochester, New York, and in it he sent them this thing. They his statement, and then they published it, but they edited it way down, kind of pared it down to just a few paragraphs or a few sentences, I should say. And when Joseph Smith got word of the fact that they had pared it down, he rewrote them another letter. In this letter, he says that this letter was written by commandment from God. Okay, and that they should publish it in its entirety into the thing. And amazingly, the editors of the American Revivalist Rochester Observer actually did that. They actually published the whole thing intact. And this is what Joseph Smith said was written by commandment from God. He says the Book of Mormon is a record of the forefathers of our Western tribes of Indians.
Hmm.
Whoa, hold on, wait a minute.
Right.
Western tribes of Indians. He's in New York at the time, right? This is the Rochester Observer he's talking about. He says,
Interesting.
by it, we learned that our Western tribes of Indians are descendants from that Joseph that was sold into Egypt, and that the land of America is a promised land unto them. Now,
Interesting.
notice he used the term America, not the Americas, but
Right.
America. Okay, we're going
Yeah.
to talk about that in just a couple minutes here. Okay, but basically, so let me ask you a question. If you're in New York and it's the Western tribes of Indians, how far do you have to go west to get to Central America?
How far west? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I'm a
You
surveyor,
can't.
and that
You
doesn't make
can't.
sense. Yeah.
You got to go
Yeah.
south.
Yep.
Okay. So either Joseph Smith was wrong, or he's talking about tribes that were to the west of New York, basically Ohio, Missouri, that
Right.
area. Okay.
Right.
That brings us to the journey of Zion's camp. So Zion's camp started over there in Ohio. Basically, you can see the general area there, but just the south of Lake Erie. And they
Right.
traveled across Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and into Missouri. It was a thousand miles approximately, and they did that in about 2 months, about 60 days. So this is Zion's Camp March from May 6th to July 3rd of 1834. There have been 1,000 miles that he did. Now, many of you are probably most of you people know about Zelf Mound.
Yep.
Should we go into that, or
We
should we?
could skip that. I think they
Okay,
understand
we'll
what
skip
self mound
that.
is.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, but Zelf Mound, I'll just say that he said it was by the Spirit of the Almighty that he received this revelation about Zelf. So he's talking about a revelation.
Right.
So this is another revelation where Joseph Smith talks about the Hillcomore, Eastern Sea, and the Rocky Mountains, and this guy was killed in one of the final battles between the Lamanites and Nephites, and it's there in Illinois. And this is the mound itself, and amazingly, the archaeology actually verifies the fact, because it has in the mound were found artifacts that date into Book of Mormon timeframes through the Hopewell mound builders. These are Hopewell artifacts here,
Wow.
and they date from about 250 A.D. plus or minus 100 years. So between 250 and 350 A.D. is when these things date into that time frame. And of course, that's when the final battles were happening between the Lamanites and the Nephites.
I'm sure he was just a good guesser, was all, Rod. I
It was
wouldn't.
a pretty amazing guess. Yeah, it
Yeah.
really was. And then 2 days later, that experience was so profound to the prophet Joseph Smith that he's sitting on the banks of the Mississippi River, now over closer to Nauvoo area, and then he writes this letter to his wife Emma. It's a handwritten letter that was actually kept by the Community of Christ, or the RLDS Church and the Community of Christ have this letter intact and extant. They still have it. And in this letter, he says, the whole of our journey in the midst of so large a company of social, honest, and sincere men, says, we're wandering over the plains of the Nephites.
Ooh.
Well, holy cow.
Yep.
They were just in Illinois and they're wandering over
Yep.
the plains of the Nephites. He says they're recounting occasionally the history of the Book of Mormon, roving over the mounds of that once beloved people of the Lord. So Joseph Smith is correlating the mounds that they're seeing there in the Midwestern part of the United States with the beloved people of the Lord of the Book of Mormon, the history of the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
He specifically said these mounds have to do with them. He says, and we're picking up their skulls and their bones as proof of its divine authenticity. I've often asked people, so Joseph Smith, he translated the plates and so forth. So obviously he must have had a pretty strong testimony of the Book of Mormon.
Absolutely.
So why was he looking for evidence?
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
He says it's proof, evidence of its divine authenticity. The skull of the skull and the bones of Zelf, he says, was proof of the Book of Mormon's authenticity. Right?
Yeah. And when the dispensation head talks, you might want to listen. Right?
Yeah.
Like he carries some weight.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is actually, now this is from letter book number 2, I think, of Joseph Smith. So this isn't the actual letter, but Joseph Smith had the original letter that he did to his wife Emma while he's sitting on the banks of the Mississippi River. He had it published into his letter book. So it says, on the banks of the Mississippi, June 4th, 1834, my dear companion. He's writing this to Emma, right? And if you get down to the bottom of the page, okay, down here at the bottom, you're going to see this point right here, right there. It says, the whole of our journey in the midst of so large a company of social honest and sincere men. This is talking about his experience just a couple of days earlier with Zelph.
Right.
And then this is the next page, and this is actually, it's got Joseph Smith's signature at the bottom here. This is recounting occasionally history of the Book of Mormon, roving over the mounds of that once beloved people of the Lord, picking up their skulls and bones as proof of its divine authenticity. Okay, wow. So this is pretty hard evidence. This is not somebody else saying that Joseph Smith said this. This is Joseph Smith having it written into his letter book.
Absolutely.
Right. So now when they're on Zion's Camp March, amazingly enough, if you take this map, this is from Mound Builders of Ancient America by Robert Silverberg. And he's talking about three major, ancient civilizations here in this part of the country. They had Poverty Point, which is in the southeastern or the southern part of the United States, down by Louisiana. You have the Adena civilization that they say ranges between about 500 to 100 BC. That's up in the upper part of like New York and Illinois and Ohio and so forth, that area. Then you have the Hopewell civilization, which according to these guys are showing from about 100 BC to 400 AD in the vertical striped lines. And so you can see that's basically Illinois and Ohio and over into Missouri and so forth, right? But look at the time frames.
Are you thinking Poverty Point is the place of first contact for Lehi?
No, I think that's probably more than, well, this is from quite an old book. This has actually changed quite a bit over the last about 15 or 20 years. So this was written about 40 years ago. Mound Builders of Ancient America. This is kind of showing what they thought at that point in time. And the Adena basically are what we're seeing. The Adena are the Jaredite civilization. Right. The Hopewell are the Nephite civilization, which is kind of funny because in Central America, the primary civilization that was down there at that point was the Mayan, and we have scholars, Book of Mormon scholars saying that the Mayans were not the Nephites, and the Nephites were not the Mayans, but the Nephites just lived among the Mayans. It's like they can't really say that the Mayans were the Nephites, and they know that would be the death knell of the whole Meso-America thing anyway, because if the Mayans were the Nephites, the Mayans were the ones that were doing human sacrifices and all kinds of disgusting stuff down there. If that's the Nephites, they were the degenerates. And the degenerates are not usually the ones that build huge structures. I mean, anyway, we can go into more detail about that, but basically, so that the reason why I bring this map up, because if you put this map then on over the top of the Zion's Camp March,
it goes
Joseph
right
Smith says we're wandering over the plains of the Nephites.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Holy cow!
Yep, goes right over the top.
They're going right through the center of their lands of the Hopewell Mound Builder people.
Wow!
So when he says we're picking up their skulls and bones as proof of its divine authenticity in Illinois is the center of this map, right?
Wow. Yep.
So then we go into the DNA stuff, and again, not going into any detail on that, but basically, the idea is essentially that haplogroups A, B, C, and D are Asiatic. Haplogroup X is the only one that's not an Asian-based lineage, and we find it in the Algonquin-speaking language groups of Native American Indians, over 110 tribes, including the Sac and the Fox, the Ojibways, and so forth. The Cheyenne, the Blackfoot out here in the west, the Kickapoos, the Potawatomis, the Powhatans, the Shawnees, and so forth. These are all part of the Algonquin-speaking language groups of North American Indians. And it just so happens that they are the ones that have the haplogroup X DNA type that link them to every Jewish population on the planet. The Sephardic Jews, the Libyan Jews, the Moroccan Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, they all have the same 5 markers in their DNA. And so this is from science, talking about how that's been confirmed in Finland, Italy, and Israel. By the way, that's the Etruscan civilization in Italy. That's part of the people who were displaced from Israel went over there and established the Etruscan communities over there.
Okay.
Israelites, I'm not sure what the deal was up in Finland, but that is that there's some interesting possibilities there, maybe having to do with Haygoth, which we don't have time to go into all that detail. But basically, this is American Journal of Human Genetics in 2003. They talked about two subgroups of haplogroup X, X1 and X2. And X1 is confined almost entirely to Africa, but X2 is amazingly in the Near East, basically Israel and here in the U.S.
Interesting.
Now this is the fourth revelatory thing that Joseph Smith talks about involving Book of Mormon geography that we believe is revealed, that tells us where exactly this, well, doesn't tell us exactly, but it tells us, gives us hard clues as to where this all took place. When in September of 1830, Joseph Smith received revelations, which are now sections 28, 30, and 32 in the Doctrine and Covenants, in which he's commanded, the Lord commands Joseph Smith to send missionaries unto the Lamanites. So I ask people all the time, I said, how many of you believe that the Lord knows who the Lamanites are and where they're located?
Right. Well, he knows everything. So that's
Yeah.
a given. Yep.
Yeah. So the Lord's not going to put this into layman's terms, okay, and Lemuel's as well. Okay, so he's
Right.
going to put it in Lemuel's
Right.
terms too. So this is going to be so clear. It says, now behold, I send to you Oliver Cowdery. You're going to go and go into the Lamanites. Now the term Lamanites, some people have argued, well, maybe that's just the term that they were just using, blah blah blah, for Indians interchangeably back then in Joseph Smith's day. This isn't Joseph Smith speaking here. This is
Right.
the Lord speaking here.
Right.
I think the Lord understands the difference between Lamanites and Native American people or whatever. If there's a difference, I think he'd let us know.
Yep.
But anyway, so we have Oliver Cowdery. Section 30 says that, Peter Whitmer Jr., you're going to go with Oliver Cowdery and go to build up the church among the Lamanites. And Section 30 says, Harley P. Pratt, you're also going to go with my servants, Peter Whitmer and Oliver Cowdery among the Lamanites. Now you have to understand that Joseph Smith is just barely getting the very first copies of the brand new printed Book of Mormon, the 1830 original version. He's actually just getting this. This is in October of 1830, right? And
Right.
he's getting the very first copies off the Grandin Press. And he's sending these, the Lord, it's not Joseph Smith sending it, it's the Lord sending these missionaries out
Right.
with the very first copies. And where do they go?
Among the
Okay.
Lamanites.
Now there's a fourth person. There's actually 5 people who are going to be going on this trip. And this is section 32 in the Doctrine and Covenants. It says, and Ziba Peterson also shall go with them. So that's the 4: Oliver Cowdery, Peter Whitmer Jr., Harley P. Pratt, and Ziba Peterson. That's 4, right? So who's the 5th person? The Lord says, I myself will go with them and be in their midst. He says, I am their advocate with the Father, and nothing shall prevail against them. So Christ himself is basically saying, this is a personal guided tour by me to people that I call Lamanites in all of these revelations.
Wow.
So that got my interest.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Where did they go? Who did they go see? Right? Because I can promise you, if this was a revelation from the Lord to Joseph Smith, and the Lord says that he's going to go with them, and in all of them, he keeps saying they're Lamanites, then I think that when they go to see these people, he's going to take them to the Lamanites.
Yep.
And if that's the case, where did they go? And so that's what I wanted to find out. So it turns out that Parley P. Pratt wrote about this in his journals. Later on, it was in his autobiography. So it's in both. But he says this is from his autobiography. He says, thus ended our first Indian mission, in which we had preached the gospel in its fullness and distributed the record of their forefathers among 3 tribes. That is the Cattaraugus Indians near where? Buffalo, New York. Wyandottes of Ohio. Delawares west of Missouri.
Interesting.
Now, what I find is fascinating is from a DNA standpoint, these tribes are all northeastern tribes, right? They're basically part of the Algonquin-speaking language group tribes here. Okay, and amazingly, they just happen to be the tribes that have the DNA that links into every Jewish population on the planet.
Wow. Whew.
So that's interesting. How did Joseph Smith know that? Just a lucky guess, apparently,
Just a
right?
good guesser. Yep.
Or
Just
maybe he had a team of geneticists that he referred to, that he kind of consulted with before he sent them to go see these tribes to make sure that they're the actual tribes that have the haplogroup X DNA type that links them to all the Jewish populations around the world.
yeah.
Maybe
That's
there's that.
probably it. Yeah, because DNA was huge in the 1800s in frontier America.
And they were
Um,
sequencing it right there in New York,
right,
So
right. Joseph's
anyway,
unknown lab. Um,
yeah.
uh,
But even today, though, it's this National Geographic. Great surprise: Native Americans have West Eurasian origins, basically this is from the National Geographic Daily News. This is back in 2013, so we've known this for a long time now, over 10 years. We've known that nearly 1/3 of Native American genes come from West Eurasian people. Where's West Eurasia?
that would be the Middle East, right?
The Middle East. Yeah, this is Israel, right?
Yep.
Linked to the Middle East and Europe rather than entirely from East Asians, as previously thought, according to this newly sequenced genome. So a third of Native Americans have Middle Eastern genes. Holy cow. How would Joseph Smith have possibly known that back in the 1800s? And then some people say, well, okay, so you have the Times and Seasons articles, and those are some people have said that Joseph Smith either he wrote them or he at least approved them. He never came out and directly countered them.
Mm-hmm.
So forth. So I said, so yeah, okay. So Joseph, you have these revelations with the American Revivalist account, the Zelph accounts, and so forth. All of these revealed things. He said, but later on in his life, Joseph Smith changed his views. He started to understand that basically Meso-America was the right place, and so he started changing his views from his earlier revelations to a more Meso-America side of things, and that's the argument. But then I had a good friend of mine who's a historian, and he basically went through this, and he said that Ronnie says you're going to want to see this because we just discovered this. He says Joseph Smith's diary entry for Thursday, May the 23rd, 1844. This is just a month before he was killed. And I should say he was not just killed, he was assassinated.
Yep.
This was an assassination. He was running for president of the United States at the time.
Yep.
So this is a political hit job.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he says 1 p.m. He's living in Nauvoo at the time. So he held counsel with the Indians, attacking the fox in my back kitchen. I replied, the Great Spirit wants you to be united and live in peace. He says, I found a book. He presented them with a copy of the Book of Mormon, which told me about your fathers, and the Great Spirit told me. So who told them?
The Lord.
The Lord, the Great Spirit, right? And he's specifically saying that this book that I'm holding here, and I'm giving to you as for you guys, you Indians, you Native American people here in Keokuk. Basically, they'd come over from Keokuk over to Nauvoo, and he says that, and here we have Joseph Smith basically saying that this book is about your fathers,
right?
And it was revealed to me,
right? Well, and here's the other thing, right? That makes no sense to me. If Joseph Smith has a later revelation that, oh, you know what, this all took place in South America, why didn't he turn around and send missionaries down there? Right?
Yeah.
He never's like, oh man, I messed this up. And we know that the Lord chastises Joseph in the Doctrine and Covenants. It's one of those divine things where, like, when someone says, well, he was just a cult leader looking for a following. Well, guess what doesn't happen with cult leaders too often. The Lord kind of hands them his rear, right? But we see that, right? And so the fact that Joseph never receives a revelation that we know about that says, hey, you got this wrong. It's actually South America where this takes place, or Meso-America. You gotta send you gotta send your missionaries down there now. It just doesn't hold water.
Well, you have to make a couple of assumptions. If Joseph Smith did receive a revelation to go and send missionaries down to Guatemala, then he was either A, ignoring God's revelations to
Right.
him, or B, he was just really, really incompetent and never got around to it, because it was 117 years later before the first missionaries entered the nation of Guatemala.
Right. Yep.
Okay. So either he was just ignoring God, or he was just, just didn't get around to it, or whatever. But we know that that wasn't Joseph Smith's style.
MO.
I mean, that
Yep.
wasn't his MO, right? That's not what he would do. So it makes no sense that he would have had that revelation. If he would have been given the revelation to send missionaries to Guatemala, they certainly could have. There were ships and so forth. They could have done that.
Right.
They could have
Yep.
sent people down there. But they didn't. And then that brings us to the next thing: the Hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon. This is just, yeah. There's been people have tried to say that there's two Hill Cumorahs and so forth. In fact, that's one of the prerequisites. There is not a single Meso-America setting for the Book of Mormon that's been proposed
Right.
that that can accept the Hill Cumorah in New York as being the Hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon. They all reject the Hill Cumorah. But yet we have, I'm going to give you just a couple of quick examples of prophets and so forth and apostles who have specifically talked about the Hill Cumorah in New York as being the Book of Mormon's Hill Cumorah. Now, this is interesting. So I actually was asked to, well, I was doing a book signing actually in Palmyra, New York, a few years ago, and Mormon came to me. The prophet Mormon, from the Book of Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
He came to me in the bookstore. He's the guy that plays Mormon in the
Right.
pageant.
Right. Right. I figured that's where you were going, or we
Yeah,
were about to get real interesting.
yeah, really interesting. Yeah. But anyway, so he came into the bookstore and we were talking and so forth. They said, yes, there was this guy that came in and we had all of there's like 650 cast members, right? And he said, there's this guy that came in and told all the cast members, he had a presentation. They said, this isn't the real Hill Cumorah. The real Hill Cumorah is down in Central America someplace. We don't know where it is, but we know that this isn't the one. And kind of gave him that. And I said, really? A guy was actually telling you that stuff. He said, yeah. Yeah. I said, well, did you know about this? Did you know about that? And I told him some things, and he said, no, I didn't know about that. And I said, well, he said, man, we need to have you come and actually tell the cast members the facts and the truth about this. And I said, well, can you set up an appointment? So they did. And I actually got to go and speak to the 650 cast members at the Hill Cumorah pageant that year.
Nice.
And it was awesome. And in preparation for that, or after I did that presentation, I wasn't really 100% prepared. And afterwards, I did a presentation about the Hill Cumorah, and I came up with, these are the reasons why the Hill Cumorah in New York could not be the Hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon. And that's according to anti-Mormons and also the Meso-America theorists.
Okay.
Because in this particular case, they're kind of on the same team. Okay, but basically, the number one, it says the hill's too small to permit such a massive battle to take place on it. Number two, the hill's too small to view hundreds of thousands of dead people on such a massive battlefield. It's just
Right.
the hill's not that tall. It really isn't. It's probably maybe 70 feet tall or 60 feet tall, something
Right.
like that. It says that number three, there's millions of human bones. Where are they? you know, how come we don't find steel swords? If there was, hundreds of thousands of people that died there, you should be able to find steel swords all over the place, right?
Right.
And then what about the metal armor, like head plates and breastplates and so forth? Where's all that? And then also, and this is not just the first time, this is actually the second time, because you had the Jaredites all die at the same location, right? At the Hill
Right.
Cumorah.
Right.
And then also I said that they talked about this room of records. Joseph and Oliver and other people, Brigham Young, they talked about this room of records, and a glacial drumlin, which is what the Hill Cumorah is not conducive to cave formation. And so only a couple of times did they actually say it was a cave. Most of them said it was a room.
Interesting.
But anyway, we won't go into all the details on that. But anyway, so I went in and basically addressed all these different things. First off, the Hill Cumorah in Central America. These are four that have been proposed as the possible Hill Cumorahs. Interesting thing is that none of them are hills.
Right.
They're all mountains.
Yep.
Mountains are mentioned in the Book of Mormon, but the Hill Cumorah, it was not called the Mountain Cumorah because it wasn't a mountain.
Right.
Anyway, and then people say, well, but Joseph Smith never talked about this as being the Hill Cumorah in his time frame. He never mentioned it or talked about it. But that's actually not true either. In Doctrine and Covenants 128, he talks about glad tidings from Cumorah. and then Cumorah is related to Fayette, Seneca County, the banks of the Susquehanna, the
Right.
Susquehanna, Colesville, and Broome County, and so forth. The Hill Cumorah is related to all of these places in this verse in Doctrine 28, and yet somehow we're supposed to believe that they don't mean Cumorah is in New York. That
Right.
some like they're referring to a Cumorah down in Central America someplace.
Uh,
you know,
it doesn't hold water.
yeah. And then we could go into like Joseph Fielding Smith and so forth, and how they talked about how this modernistic theory. He actually wrote in this book, Doctrines of Salvation. He says this Meso-American modernistic theory of necessity, in order to be consistent, must place the waters of Ripliancum and the Hill Cumorah someplace within the restricted territory of Central America, notwithstanding the teachings of the church to the contrary for upwards of 100 years. Now, this is talking about the Salt Lake Church, obviously, but they're talking about for at least 100 years up until Joseph Smith's time frame, the church had always maintained that the Hill Cumorah in New York was the Hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon. He says,
Mhm.
because of this Meso-American theory, members of the church have become confused and greatly disturbed in their faith in the Book of Mormon. He says, it is known that the Hill Cumorah where the Nephites were destroyed is the hill where the Jaredites were also destroyed. This is actually from a First Presidency letter. This is the Secretary of the First Presidency. This is F. Michael Watson. Bishop Darrell L. Brooks from Oklahoma City South Stake and Moore, Oklahoma, wrote and asked the First Presidency about the Hill Cumorah. And he says, the church has long maintained, as attested to by references in the writings of general authorities, that the Hill Cumorah in Western New York is the same as referenced in the Book of Mormon.
Interesting.
So there we go. Yeah. So that's been the position. Now there should be that I broke this down into unrealistic expectations. These are the things that are expected. People have said, well, we expect to find, bones and metal swords and so forth and so on. I call it unrealistic expectations because if you actually do a little bit of just thinking about this for a second, you realize that this is plenty of space. It talks about the size of the hill is too small to have a massive battle on it. Well, first off, the Book of Mormon never says that the battle happened on the Hill Cumorah. It happened round about the Hill Cumorah.
Right.
So in the vicinity of the Hill Cumorah, didn't have 250,000 people fighting on that hill. But
Right.
there's plenty of room for 250,000 people to fit in there and have this battle out here in this big open valley.
Right.
It said you can't see millions of people on the massive battlefield from the hilltop. Well, actually, that's not true either. You can see almost 40 miles, almost to Rochester.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see from the Hill Cumorah. Also, the size of a hill does not make it. There's not a critical place to make it. Basically, like for example, the Battle of Gettysburg, you had Little Round Top, which is that if you take a look at this image, the Little Round Top is the hill in the foreground, okay,
Okay.
and Big Round Top is the distant one. That the Big Round Top is like twice as tall as Little Round Top, but they used Little Round Top as the primary place to view the Battle of Gettysburg,
Interesting.
and the reason was pretty simple. Little Round Top didn't have trees on the top of it, and Big Round Top did.
Right. Right. So it was just, yeah, it was based on
Yeah,
availability of line of sight.
right. And
Makes
Little Round Top is basically it's smaller than the Hill Cumorah, but yet they watched the entire Battle of Gettysburg from the top of that hill.
right.
So the size of the Hill Cumorah is not too small for that. In fact, this is the view actually looking off to the west, essentially, kind of to the southwest,
That's a pretty good
towards
vantage point.
Rochester. But you can see a long ways. And of course, with the trees in there, it blocks it off a lot. But basically, but you can see the whole general area here.
Absolutely.
What about buffalo in the Book of Mormon? Where in the Book of Mormon does it talk about buffalo? Well, it doesn't talk about buffalo specifically, but this is one of the things that was interesting. They say, what about the bones in the Book of Mormon? Where's all the bones of the Jaredites and the Nephites that were killed there?
Right.
And you have to understand, first off, the only way that bones are going to be preserved is if they're buried.
Right.
And they have to be buried at least 3 or 4 feet down so that you don't get enough oxygen, so it doesn't oxygenate the calcium carbonate in the bones, which will break them down. So you have to get them down below the oxygen levels, where the oxygen levels in the soil are depleted. And so who buried the Jaredites?
That's
Well,
good.
nobody.
Nobody. Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
nobody left. It's like one guy, right? Who buried the Nephites? Did the Jaredites bury the Nephites?
No.
Excuse
No.
me, excuse me. Did the Lamanites bury the Nephites?
Most likely not. No.
No. It says that they specifically says that they were left to molder and return to Mother Earth.
Yep.
They were just left on the surface of the ground. So I
Yep.
said, so a buffalo is many times bigger than a human, much
Right.
thicker bones, thicker hide. There's a lot of things that would keep a buffalo. And I just gave the example. Let's just say that a cow in New York wanders off someplace and dies. How long is it going to be? How long is that animal's remains going to remain on the surface that you could actually know that there was a
Not
cow there?
not long, especially when you factor in like out west, it'll last a little longer because it's drier. Where there's a more
Yeah,
humid climate, it breaks down faster. And New York is
yeah,
definitely more humid.
that's right. And you've got things like wolves and coyotes and all kinds of raccoons and all kinds of animals that would eat off of it. But there's also chemical degradation. Basically, chemically the body starts to break down over
Right.
the course of time. You go through a couple of seasons. You got winters and summers and freezing and thawing and so forth. You've got flies and maggots and things that are going to happen there, and all these other predators and so forth that are going to come in. And bottom line, this is an 1,800-pound bull bison. Now in Yellowstone, I went up there and I took a couple of pictures of this. This is a buffalo kill site, and that's only about a year and a half old. And
Interesting.
that's all that's left. Within just a couple of years, I have some other pictures that within 2 or 3 years in Yellowstone, there's
Right.
no there's nothing left. There's no evidence that buffalo ever existed.
Right.
Just when it's left out there on the surface. So why would anybody expect that we're going to find human bones strewn about the surface of the area there around New York when
That's yeah, yeah,
it's
that
ridiculous.
yeah, it is. You're right.
Yeah. And then what about steel swords? Well, this is a 17th century sword. This is a Spaniard sword that's been left out there, and it's almost completely rusted away.
It's almost unrecognizable.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that you can see the handle part of it here on the left hand side, and then it's
Right.
part of the blade on the right hand side. But most of the blade is gone.
Yep.
Given another 30 or 40 years, there would be nothing left but a red stain in the ground.
Right.
So in any kind of a steel sword, it's ridiculous to think that you would ever find one because they would have long ago rusted away.
Right.
Right? Okay. But then what about breastplates and head plates? Some of those were said that were made out of cotton. Where are all those? Well, you have to also understand that the Nephites were highly outnumbered by the Lamanites, probably a 3 to 4 to 1 ratio. And my personal thought is that it talks about the great and final battle of the Book of Mormon. They talked about there's just 23 individuals with 10,000 guys each. Now, I don't know that I would doubt that 10,000 is the exact number. It's
Right.
probably just kind of like a bunch of people, right?
Right.
The 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, whatever. If it was 10,000, it'd be 230,000 men, potentially plus women and children, unless they counted the women and children as combatants as well,
Right.
which I don't know if they did or not, but it's hard to tell. But they usually say men. Anyway, so if that's the case, then you have a Lamanite army coming with, gosh, I mean, maybe a 500,000 men
Right.
against 250,000 men or 230,000 men. So anyway, the bottom line is that it's the Lamanites are way outnumbering the Nephites, and after the Nephites are all annihilated and they're laying there dead on the ground, what's the chances if you're a Lamanite warrior that you're going to walk past this Nephite with his beautiful armor on
No, you're taking it home as
and
either a
not take it?
trophy. Yeah, you're going to take it home as a trophy or a tool of some sort. I mean, you're going to scavenge that.
That's right. It's called spoils of war. It
Yep.
happens in practically every kind of battle kind of thing, especially anciently. But basically, so if there was a nice steel sword, if there was a nice head plate, breastplate, they say that guy's about my same size. I think I'll take that from him. He's not going
Yep.
to need it anyway, right?
Yep.
So they're going to take most of that and just haul it off. And since there's twice as many of them as there was Nephites, that they're literally going to strip almost everybody on the battlefield down, unless their stuff was so messed up that they couldn't use it, right?
Right.
Like if the head plate split in half or something, rather than not, well, get rid of that. But anyway, so you wouldn't expect to find a heck of a lot of stuff left over from a battle that had the ratio of the Lamanites to Nephites as described in the Book of Mormon. So then what kind of expectations would we expect to have then from the text based on arrowheads, defensive structures, repository of records, and so forth? Well, it turns out that there were tons of arrowheads. So many arrowheads that the early writers, not LDS writers, but just early people coming into the area, like talking about the state of New York, they talked about, you couldn't walk on the ground without stepping on arrowheads. They were just everywhere. And
Wow.
every farmer for the last, century in New York has had massive amounts of arrowheads and so forth. They just gave them away for like about 30 or 40 years when the church first put up the visitor center there at the Hill Cumorah. They had a barrel out there, and farmers could just come and just throw their arrowheads in the barrel, and people would come to the Hill Cumorah and take one as a souvenir. And this went on for years.
Oh.
you know, yeah. Defensive structures and around the Hill Cumorah, the repository of records and so forth. I mean, oh my gosh, we could go into that. This is actually one of the stone walls goes through the sacred grove. Actually, this is a whole other thing, but this is inside the repository records. This is a photograph that was taken by a friend of mine. Anyway, it was a descendant of Willard Bean that helped to get the Hill Cumorah, so it was under our control kind of thing. And anyway, so
so
don't have
back
time to get into details. Yeah,
back up that cave there. That
yeah,
is in the Hill Cumorah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Fascinating.
It was Willard Bean, basically. His one of his direct descendants is Lori Bean. Anyway,
Okay.
but the church would allow the Bean family to go and have family reunions on the hill because of
Sure.
helping to obtain the hill and everything. So they were on the Hill Cumorah having this family reunion thing probably about 15 years ago, and then all of a sudden one of the kids comes running down the hill and say, "Hey, little Johnny fell into this thing or whatever." And they're like, "What the heck?" So they go up there, and sure enough, he's fallen into this hole in the side of the hill. And so they're like, "Well, what the heck?" They can't get him out of there. He's the kid's okay because it's only about 12 or 13 feet down, but they can't reach it. So they went down the parking lot. Like, if I remember correctly, I think that they ended up getting like some jumper cables or something. They ran up there, and lowered the jumper cables down. Their little boy grabbed a hold of it and they pulled him back up out of this thing to safety. And before they left, he had the wherewithal to think so Matt is one of the guys, and he basically he's with the film department of the church. Anyway, long story short, is he had a camera. So he took this flash picture of the inside of this thing.
Rod, that looks like a structured wall. As you look
Yeah,
at the stones,
it's not a cave.
yeah, as you look at the way those stones are
It's a room.
placed, that's a
Yeah,
wall.
yeah. And in fact, they went all the way up to the top of the ceiling. They kind of leveled them up there, and then it was covered with dirt up on top of that, and that just collapsed in when the kid got on there. It was just heavy enough to collapse it into it, and so you can kind of see a little bit of the dirt there on the bottom,
Holy
some
cow.
leaves and stuff at the bottom of that where it caved in. But basically, yeah. So this is then about 3 days later, there was a contractor that came out there and placed a steel plate over the top of it, and then covered that with soil. And as I understand it, I haven't done it personally, but as I understand it, other people have actually brought like metal detectors out there, and it's still there. The metal is still there.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I would love to see the inside of that thing. Holy cow. As a surveyor, it's just begging me to go
yeah,
look.
but why is it empty? That's one of the
Well,
questions, because people go, well, what happened to all the stuff that was in there? Because
right.
Brigham Young talked about there was as much as 8 wagon loads of plates and so forth in there. But we also know that when they left the area, the Hill Cumorah was torn up pretty bad by people, and it didn't look like it does today. It didn't have trees and stuff on it. It was pretty much just nude. There was denuded of trees, I should say. Anyway, so they but anyway, somehow this didn't get found, but this is actually the uh, the image there of this, and according to the historians from Oliver Cowdery and so forth, it said it was about, a room was about 16 by 16 by about 10 or 12 feet high. They didn't really say the height; they just said it was just a room about 15 feet,
Interesting.
16 feet square.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that I hope everyone who's listening actually goes to the Rumble channel and take a look at this, because it absolutely is a structured wall, right? I mean
Yeah,
that is stone placed on top of each other,
yep.
and
That's
it
not natural. That's
no,
man-made.
no, that's man-made. That's a man-made
Yeah,
structure.
yep.
Wow.
And that also addresses the fact that they said the Hill Cumorah is a glacial drumlin. It's not conducive to cave formation, which is true. But there's only one or two of the accounts that talked about it being a cave. Most of them just said it was a room
Right.
that they went in.
Yeah.
So so there's that. And then of course the Joseph Smith history. The village of Manchester. There's this hill and so forth, right? But
Right.
this is where it comes into really. I don't know how people can argue this. But Oliver Cowdery was commissioned by Joseph Smith to write the early history of the church, and he did it in a series of 8 letters. In letter number 7 of Oliver Cowdery's work, he talks about the Hill Cumorah. Now, people say, well, Joseph Smith, maybe he didn't write it. It was Oliver Cowdery, but actually, Oliver Cowdery specifically said that these letters were written with the direct help of Joseph Smith. He says, in fact, there's a lot of things that were only known by Joseph Smith, and the only way that I would have gotten that information was through Joseph Smith himself. Now, if Joseph Smith didn't agree with this, then he could have certainly just had it just go out as just the letters and not promote it. But Joseph Smith took the opportunity to actually have these published in every publication that he had access to. It was written in the Times and Seasons, the Evening and Morning Star. He actually had it written in his own personal journals, and so forth. These letters from Oliver Cowdery. Now, some people say, well, Oliver Cowdery ultimately became an apostate, but the bottom line is that during this time when these were written, he was not just anybody. He was actually
Right.
the assistant president of the church,
Yep.
second
Yep.
only to Joseph himself, or even higher than Hiram and
Yep.
any of the 12 apostles. He was basically the assistant president at the time when he was writing these things. And as you go through this is just an amazing, Dave. Listen to what he says here. He says, I must now give you some description of the place where and the manner in which these records were deposited. You're acquainted with the mail road from Palmyra, Wayne County to Canandaigua, Ontario County, and also as you pass from the former to the latter place before arriving at the little village of Manchester, about 3 or 4 miles from Palmyra, you pass a large hill on the east side of the road. That is about as exact of a description as you can
Yeah.
get, right? So he's
Yep.
telling us exactly where we're talking about. We know this is the Hill Cumorah in New York. It says about a mile west, rises another ridge of less height, running parallel with the former, leaving a beautiful vale or valley in between. The soil is of the first quality for the country and under a state of cultivation, which gives a prospect at once imposing. When one reflects on the fact, so now you have to understand this is Oliver Cowdery, but Joseph Smith is having this stuff reprinted and republished everywhere.
Right.
And according to Oliver Cowdery and Joseph Smith, it's a fact that here between these two hills, the entire power and national strength of both the Jaredites and the Nephites were destroyed.
Oh, so early on in church history, right? I mean, this is fairly early. We
Yeah.
have, with Joseph's help,
Mm-hmm.
him calling out the spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
And then he goes on. Check this out. He says, by turning to the 529th and 530th pages of the Book of Mormon, you have to understand that the
Sure.
first edition of the Book of Mormon didn't have chapters and
Right.
verses.
Yep.
So they had they could only reference a page.
Right.
So this tells you that this is the first version, the first edition of the Book of Mormon. He's talking about, it says, by turning to the 529th and 530th pages of the Book of Mormon, you will read Mormon's account of the last great struggle of his people as they were encamped round about this hill Cumorah. In this valley fell the remaining strength and pride of a once powerful people, the Nephites, once so highly favored of the Lord, but at that time in darkness, doomed to suffer extermination by the hands of their barbarous and uncivilized brethren. It says, from the top of this hill, Mormon, with a few others, after the battle, gazed with horror upon the mangled remains of those who the day before were filled with anxiety, hope, or doubt. This hill by the Jaredites was called Ramah. By it or around it pitched the famous army of Coriantumr, their tent. The opposing army were to the west in the same valley and nearby. I mean, holy cats. How is
Yep.
it possible we could misunderstand this? He says, in this same spot, in full view from the top of this same hill, one may gaze with astonishment upon the ground which was twice covered with the dead and dying of our fellow men.
Wow. See, it's beyond doubt at that point, right?
It should be game over.
Yeah.
You know, Oliver Cowdery said this thing with Joseph Smith. This is the reason why when people say that Joseph Smith changed his mind later on in his life, it was so important that we have that experience with the Indians that came over from Keokuk into Nauvoo. Joseph Smith never changed his mind. He never altered his view. He was completely consistent 100% of the time that the Book of Mormon happened, right, as he is saying, right, Oliver Cowdery is saying right here. This
Yeah.
is the final battlefield. If the hill Cumorah in New York is the hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon, then the Meso-America theories are dead.
Yep. Yep. Whew.
It's simply as simple as that.
Unless you're
Either,
willing to
either
call those early guys, Joseph Smith now included, wrong, right?
right.
And again, I get very nervous when people start questioning the dispensation head
That's right.
of the
That's right.
restoration.
That's right. So enough with the two Cumorahs theory. There's only one Cumorahs in New York, so obviously shouldn't have to tell you.
That's pretty good. I like it.
somebody sent somebody sent me that. I thought it was pretty funny.
That is
But anyway,
funny.
but yeah, but it really is true. I mean, it is time that we just bury this two Cumorah theory, which is never mentioned in the book. It's never been a part of that, and it's just crazy. So this is my good friend Jonathan Neville that did a lot of this research, and this is his hat he's got on. It's letter 7. Make Cumorah great again.
That's awesome. Oh,
I love it. So that's a little political jest there.
yep.
All right. So now, so what we've established essentially is 10 geographic map anchors. We have the Hill Cumorah, number 1 in New York. Number 2 is Zarahemla, which is section 125 in the Doctrine and Covenants, where the Lord commanded Joseph Smith to send missionaries to the Lamanites. We talked about the plains of the Nephites and the Rocky Mountains and the sea east in the Zelph revelations. You have the New Jerusalem being from Ether and the Book of Mormon itself, talking about the New Jerusalem, and then you have Joseph Smith receiving from the Lord exactly where the New Jerusalem is going to be located, and we know where that is, and that's number 6. We know where Adam on Yaman is located, where Adam and the Nephites both left altars there,
Yep.
and we know that that's where where Adam gathered his righteous posterity together to give him his last blessing. We know the first missionaries were sent to the number 8s. There's 3 number 8s there, and then we know that haplogroup X DNA that links everything to the Hebrews is number 9, and we know that the Promised Land is the United States of America.
Ooh.
So there's 10 geographic map, what we call anchors into that thing, in the indications of climate and weather in the Book of Mormon.
Dude, that's
This is
funny.
very
That's
good.
where I was going to ask next was
Yeah,
climate and weather.
yeah. Because one of the biggest, probably one of the most effective questions that have caused people to question whether or not the Book of Mormon happened in North America is the simple question: well, if the Book of Mormon happened in North America, why didn't they mention snow?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That would be my question.
Yeah. Now I can't remember if I've taken this out, but actually, it does. The Book of Mormon actually does mention snow in the book. In the Book of Mormon, it talked about being like as white as the driven snow, but that was in a vision, right? It was in
Right.
the tree of life and so forth. And it does mention hail in the Book of Mormon, but it doesn't ever mention snow actually happening in the Book of Mormon. But another interesting factor is if the Book of Mormon happened down in Central America, why doesn't it mention rain?
Right.
Where is rain mentioned? Because you
Right.
have a very wet season down in Central America. You have the dry season, the wet season. You don't really have seasons per se. You know,
Right.
not like
Yeah.
here in North America, where everything goes dormant and so forth. Things don't go dormant down in Central America because the weather's always kind of nice,
Right.
so anyway, so what about climate in the Book of Mormon? Now, there's a difference between weather and climate. Weather is kind of what happens, in a localized area.
Right.
Climate is what happens over a much broader region. Okay, so and we're going to kind of tell you just a little bit about that here in just a second too. So, for example, this is in Alma chapter 46. It says there were some who died with fevers, which at some seasons of the year were very frequent in the land. It says, but the seasons was the nature of the climate. So the nature of the climate of the Book of Mormon was to have seasons. Okay.
Okay.
Now you could say, well, okay, it's a wet season and dry season and so forth. That's a possibility. Okay, so it doesn't really say one way or the other, but it does talk about plants and animals and so forth, and we're going to jump into that too for a second. This is going to be a pretty deep dive. So here's a couple of the times when it does mention snow in the Book of Mormon. This is First Nephi chapter 11 verse 8 says they see the whiteness of the driven snow, and then on Helaman chapter 5 it says when all his hail and his mighty storm shall beat upon you, it shall have no power over you. So it wouldn't make any sense though for in First Nephi chapter 11 verse 8 for Lehi, who has this vision of the tree of life, right?
Right.
And he's having this vision, and he talks about the fruit was so white that it exceeded the whiteness of the driven snow. What would be the point of Lehi? And Lehi was shown in vision what was going to happen with his people, right? The
Right.
Lord showed him that in vision, right? And so if he knew that they were going to be going over to Central America, for example, and he wanted to describe something that was really white in Central America, and he knew that his posterity was never going to really experience snow in Central America. Now the mountains in Central America do get snow on the mountains, so it's possible that it could have, but not in the general lowlands where they typically say that the
Right.
Meso-American setting of the Book of Mormon happened. It doesn't snow there. So why would he use a metaphor of snow to describe how white something is? He could have described something else, the whiteness
Right.
of the sun, something like that. But instead, he uses snow, which doesn't make any sense. If he knew that his people were never going to experience snow, they would have no idea, no reference point to what whiteness is of driven snow. And it's
Unless
not
he.
just snow, it's driven snow, which is a whole other thing that's fascinating when you talk about meteorologists and so forth, and how snow can be driven.
Right.
It's not just falling snow, but driven snow. Basically, it has a wind factor as well to it.
Yeah.
And if you take a look at ice storms and so forth up in the north, the Midwestern part of the United States or whatever, I mean, you get a better understanding of what driven snow is like. Talking about hail. Also in Alma chapter 49, they talked about having very thick garments to cover their nakedness. If you live down in Central America, what would be the point of having really thick clothes? I mean, it's always nice. You really don't have any reason to have very thick clothing. But here we have a couple of examples where they're dressed in thick clothing. People say, well, it's because they're coming to war, so they're going to wear thicker clothing to go to war with, and that's a viable argument as far as that's concerned. But people say, well, what about the times when they showed up in nothing but a loincloth, right?
Right. Now that's a good point.
You know, and so the point basically is that it's interesting to note that the Nephites actually felt it was noteworthy that the Lamanites showed up in nothing but a loincloth.
Right.
Apparently, that wasn't the norm; it was the exception. But
Interesting. Yeah.
if wearing a loincloth was kind of the normal thing, then why would they make a big deal about the fact that the Lamanites showed up with nothing but a loincloth on?
Yeah. Okay. I can see that.
So So there's that part of it. And then also here, where do tornadoes occur? It said in third Nephi that people were carried away in the whirlwind. Well, a
Mhm.
whirlwind is the only natural phenomena, weather phenomena that can actually carry somebody away. I mean,
Right.
hurricanes can blow people across the landscape, but they're going to end up hitting trees and so forth, right? Because it's just there's so many trees everywhere. They don't really go picked up, and they're not carried away in the whirlwind. Or, excuse me, in a hurricane.
Right.
A rainstorm doesn't happen that either. Now, you could be carried away in a flood, but it specifically says it was a whirlwind, which of course is clearly talking about a tornado.
Right. Yep. Which
I've had
into
people
yeah.
actually argue that it's not a tornado, that they're talking about something else. But I
Yep.
mean, Occam's
Yep.
razor here. you know,
Yep.
if it's a whirling wind, it's a tornado that they're talking about here,
Yep.
and it was powerful enough to carry people away. Interestingly enough, tornadoes in Central America are unknown. They've never even had a Category 1 tornado anywhere in Central America. But
Interesting.
yet in the heartland of America, it's called Tornado Alley.
Right. Yep. Yep.
And
Pretty
every year there's what they call not magnitude, but anyway, there's
category.
category fours and categories five occasionally.
Yep.
Category five I think is the biggest that they get to, but basically, but that's in the Great Plains basically, and it's all over the central part of the United States.
Yeah. They don't
That brings us
exist.
to the mound builders. What about the number of people here? These are sites. This is from the Cyrus Thomas map of the ancient locations of peoples here in the heartland of America, at the Mississippi River Valley, basically going down on the left side there, and then going up to the Ohio, going up to the upper right. And you see every red dot is a location that they knew about at this point in time. Now, this was actually in the book, excuse me, it was done by Cyrus Thomas in the Smithsonian back in the 1800s, the late 1800s. And they show, I think it's 180,000 sites,
True.
180,000 sites, right? But
Wow.
let me update that. That was back in the 1800s. There's a new book, this book that you see on the left here right now. It's
Right.
called the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Native American Mounds and Earthworks by Gregory Little, and there's actually a whole slew of other people who are involved with this project. Right? It's a big, thick book. It's probably a good. I mean, I've got a copy of it over here. I could go bring it, but it's probably a good, like that thick as far as the book
Wow.
itself is concerned. About 450, 500 pages, I think it is. And on page 3 of his book, he says that he asks the question, how many mounds are there? He says the most common question that is asked about the mounds or the mound builders is how many of these exist. In the 1800s, the Smithsonian sponsored many expeditions to identify mound sites across America. A map was published by Cyrus Thomas in 1894 in a Bureau of Ethnology book. They found approximately 100,000 mounds. But the figure of 100,000 mounds, once existing based on the Cyrus Thomas map, revealing 100,000 sites, is often cited by others, but that estimate is far, far too low
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
from what was in the 1894, right? So
Right.
now, how many mounds does he think that there is here? It says, after visiting several thousand mounds and reviewing the literature, I am fairly certain that over 1 million mounds once existed and perhaps 100,000 still exist.
Holy
Now,
cow.
this is not just mounds, this is actually mound sites. Many of
Right.
these sites have between 3 and up to 15 or 20 mounds.
Holy
So we're
cow.
talking about 2 or 3 million mounds. And yet somehow the archaeological community of the United States basically continues to try to make this absurd idea that all of these million plus sites with over 2 or 3 million mounds in them were made by just a few small groups of hunter gatherers just hanging out, gathering berries and nuts.
See, and here's the problem with that, right? Is that a hunter gatherer lifestyle does not give you the time or the resources to be
Mm-hmm.
able to create much of anything, right?
Yeah,
We
you're
know
busy.
that from the tribes that were here in America that were in existence during European contact, even even the societies like the Mandan, um, those who lived in huts, They were
Hmm.
they weren't just hunter gatherers, right? They were an organized social structure, right? And so unless you have an organized social structure, you do not have the resources or time necessary to create any sort of earthworks, right? Because and the other thing is,
Right.
and this is something I didn't realize till I got to see one up close. These are not small features, right? These are not like 6 by 6 mounds. These are good sized,
Yeah.
mounds. And
Yeah.
it takes man hours to get that done.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, we had the head archaeologist of the state of Ohio. Actually, when we filmed the Lost Civilizations of North America documentary, he actually said that the amount of labor that was required to build the mounds that the mound builders built could be easily as big as or more than the labor that was required to build the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt
Ooh.
or the Great Wall of China, right? He said that the amount of physical labor that was required is really second to none to build over these over 1 million mounds that they're talking about here.
Wow.
Now, to kind of continue on with the buffalo, basically, could the buffalo be a witness of the Book of Mormon? We're talking about plants and animals in the Book of Mormon. Here in Enos, now this is in Enos. So by this time, the Lamanites had gotten to be a pretty big,
Hmm.
population, right? They had a lot of people here. This was moving, a lot of people around. And in the Book of Mormon, it says that they became a wild. To talk about the Lamanites here, it became a wild and a ferocious and a bloodthirsty people, full of idolatry and filthiness, feeding upon beasts of prey and dwelling in tents and wandering around in the wilderness with a short-skinned girdle about their loins. Their heads were shaven, their skill was at the bow and the scimitar and the axe, and many of them did eat nothing save what was raw meat. If you break that down for just a second, they're feeding upon beasts of prey, dwelling in tents, wandering around in the wilderness, okay, and they did eat nothing but raw meat. Let me ask you a question, Dave. If you are, let's say, 100,000 or even 50,000, Lamanites, and everybody's eating nothing but raw meat, and you're down in Central America, what are you eating? Because
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
biggest animal they have down there is a tapir,
Yeah.
a tapir, and the tapir basically is like a pig, which number one, Hebrew people that are living the laws of Moses wouldn't even touch it, much less eat it, because it's an unclean animal. It's in the pig family, right? And I mean, that's a lot of monkeys. Oh, by the way, but monkeys are never mentioned in the Book of Mormon. Neither are
Yeah.
iguanas. Iguanas are reptiles. You wouldn't eat them either. So there literally is nothing in Central America that could support a population of people who are living on nothing but raw meat.
Right.
But nevertheless, here in North America, let me ask you, how well does this describe the Plains Indians? When it talks
Very
about
well.
they were feeding upon beasts of prey, dwelling in tents, also known as teepees, wandering about in the wilderness. They were following the course of the beasts, following
Right.
the migratory patterns of these animals, and they ate nothing but raw meat. I thought, well, raw meat's kind of a disgusting thing. I mean, gosh, where they go up there and they kill something and go up and start gnawing on the still quivering flesh of the animal. No, how did the Plains Indians prepare their food?
They dried it, didn't they?
They dried it in the wind. It
Right.
wasn't cooked. If it's not cooked, that means it's technically still raw, right?
Right.
This is called jerky.
Right.
They're eating jerky.
Yeah. Okay. I can see that.
So
Yeah.
so here we have, but if you've got 50,000 or 100,000 people and are all eating jerky, you got to have a lot of animals,
Yep.
and they need to be big animals.
Yep.
An 1,800-pound bull buffalo can feed a lot of people.
Yeah.
And according to the estimates, there are between 30 and 60 million buffalo on the plains back in the 1800s.
Oh yeah.
So there could have been less than that earlier on. But basically, you still have millions upon millions of animals, and all you have to do is basically follow the course of the beast, which the Book of Mormon actually talks about. The Jaredites were doing. They were following the course of the beast, devour the animals that fell by the way, right?
Right.
And then just some other things. So the Book of Mormon, they talked about, you look at Captain Moroni. And when he built fortifications, they built a ditch on the outside, and then a mound on the inside of it, and then on top of that mound they would put a palisade of timbers and so forth. They would create this wall of timbers around on the outside. This is exactly what we find this is E.G. Squires in 1848 in his book on the
Right.
of the Western New York. I have an original copy of that book. It's just fascinating. Hopewell defenses. These are now. This is actually not a defensive fortification, but this is actually in Newark, Ohio. But look at this. He says in Alma chapter 49, it says, "Now behold, the Lamanites could not get into their forts of security by any other way except for the entrance, because of the highness of the bank which had been thrown up, and the depth of the ditch which had been dug round about, save it were by the entrance." This is a place of entrance in the Great Circle in Newark, Ohio. This was not a defensive place. This is a ceremonial place. But look at the ditch there. I'm standing in the bottom. I'm 6'4". And by the way, the bottom of this they found is actually about 6 feet below where I'm standing right there, because over the course of hundreds of years, basically, the material has accumulated at the bottom.
Wow.
They actually dug this out and they found out that it was lined by limestones.
Holy cow.
I wish we had about 4 hours to spend on this whole thing. I mean, this just this one earthwork right here. When I take people on the tours and actually let them see the earth banks that's still there, exist after 2,000 years. And this earthwork is really special, though, Dave, because this one is the earthwork. It's today, even today, it is the largest temple complex on the face of the earth. It's 4 square miles in extent. So you talk about 2 miles by 2 miles. That's how big this giant complex is, this temple complex.
Don't get me going.
I call it temple complex. I'm going to explain that in just a minute.
Yep.
But this is the Newark earthworks that they may have appeared at about 8,200. This is actually from the visitor center. This is a mural on the wall of the visitor center there. And they're talking about this earthwork, but you see the great big the big circle, and there's an octagon out in the distance. There's a square, and there's another octagon up there. This is actually a satellite view of the great octagonal portion of it. So if you see up in the upper left-hand corner, you see this is David Wyrick. He was the town surveyor for Newark, Ohio, at the time, and he did this survey, and it's actually been surveyed a couple different times back in the 1800s. But this is the octagonal portion of that. This is that little part. Just the octagonal portion of that is an 18-hole golf course today.
Oh.
And that's just a little part of that up in the upper left-hand corner of it. Then you have the other stuff there. They found out that there's a guy by the name of Hively and Horn, two guys from Earlham College, and they wanted to actually prove that you could kind of make a claim that any site is aligned to the sun or something like that. Because you can kind of find something that would align to some place on the horizon, basically, where the sun would come down. And so they actually were doing this as kind of a cynical thing. They said, you could claim that any site is an astronomically aligned sign, or site. And so they actually went out there and they checked it out, and they couldn't find a single solitary solar alignment out on the horizon to any of these sight lines of the structure. And I go, well, what the heck? Anyway, so they finally had somebody else to say, well, have you checked it for the moon? And when they checked it for the moon, it turns out that this gigantic complex here has the rise and set points of the moon in its entire 18-and-a-half-year lunar cycle.
Really?
It has an alignment for everyone, the minimum and maximum rise and set points of the moon over its entire 18-and-a-half-year lunar cycle. It is this. They were astonished by the achievement of this thing. This thing is as big as a golf course, and they basically make it so that all of you can see the main lines there. The minimum and maximum northern and southern moon rise and moon set points are all have alignments in this gigantic structure. But it gets even better than that. So this is the great circle portion of it. You see the houses over on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
Those are homes just for scale.
Wow.
Okay. This thing is just massive. Now, this is an interesting one because the ditch is on the inside instead of on the outside. It's opposite of what is being described in the Book of Mormon by Captain Moroni, because this was not a fortification. This was a ceremonial center.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And it turns out, and again, if I had about 4 or 5 more hours to spend on just this one site right here, I would it would just blow your people away, because this basically, we had Native Americans, for example, that had said that this site is a very sacred site, and that the ditch used to be, originally it was full of water. And
Hmm.
so what you would basically have, remember when Christ was with Nicodemus,
Yep.
and Nicodemus asked Christ, he says, Christ says to Nicodemus, unless a man be born again, you cannot
Right.
enter into the kingdom of heaven. Nicodemus's answer was, well, how can a man enter again into the womb? How is it even
Right.
possible?
Right.
Right. Well, in this particular case, this is a representation of a fluid lined womb.
Yep.
There's one opening, actually looks a lot like a cervix, surprisingly, up on the facing to the east. Okay, you can see the museum is just on the very edge of the image here. Just a portion of the museum is sitting there. You see the parking lot just below that on the right hand side. But then there's this massive thing. It was lined with limestones, and they did that specifically so it would hold water.
Holy cow.
So when you go into this, there was a big, they call it Eagle Mound, but it's actually like a longhouse setup. They actually did archaeological work on this back in the 1980s. They found it was a long rectangular structure that had 3 chambers within it. And they found, again, we don't have time to go into details of what they found in there, but one of the chambers was actually had a ring of white stones, and it was filled with about 2 inches of pure white sand. And the white stones came from Tennessee, and the white sand came from Florida.
Holy cow.
They hauled it up there to Ohio to build this massive structure.
There's no
And
way that
anyways,
this is just hunter gatherers. It can't
yeah,
be. This is a
yeah,
structured society with some echoes that should be very familiar to us as Mormons.
well, and this is where it's going to get even more incredible here for just a second. So we had so Wayne May and I were taking people out to see this site for years. This is in Newark, Ohio. It's still there, right?
Right.
Now, not all of the site is still there. A lot of it's been, paved over, and housing developments and so forth over it. But the Great Octagon, the Great Circle portion of it are still there. You can go and visit it. So it has this Eagle Mound in the middle of it. When you go to Eagle Mound, basically, if you do some ceremonial things there, okay, let's say you were doing an endowment session, for example, or something like that, right?
Right.
Or maybe Christ is just teaching you about the creation
Right.
and the pre-existence and so forth. So you go out there, you do some ordinances and so forth. When you would leave off to the right hand side, go out the east entrance, and thereby you are symbolically you are
Born.
leaving the womb, if you will. You're being born again.
Yep.
So you have that. Now let me just see. So I want to see what's ones we have. Okay, so yeah. So I need to kind of just follow up with this. So this is an overall. This is the Smithsonian, when they came out and they did the surveys on this
Uh-huh.
2,000-year-old complex. It dates right into the Book of Mormon time frames, basically. That we think that possibly the Jaredites may have originally built it, and then the Nephites came in and actually kind of altered it, kind of remodeled it, so to speak.
Gotcha.
There's so much. Oh my gosh! I mean, we could go for literally hours on this thing,
I'll tell you what,
but
when you have 4 hours, you let me know. I will make time because as a
well,
surveyor, I dig on this.
yeah, the only time when I go into this kind of detail, when I have time to go into this kind of detail, is when we're actually on our tours, when we're actually standing out there at the site, where I can point to things and show you this and show you that and so forth. It's really, if you ever get a chance to come with me on a tour, Dave, that would be it. It would be phenomenal. We'd love it.
We may have to
But
talk later, and I may have to just book a tour. Obviously, I'd pay you. and bring my people out to see this, because this is
Yeah.
something that we need to look at. This is
Well,
fascinating.
let me show you this though, because so Wayne and I were taking people out there for several years, right? Then we
Hmm.
had this lady come out who is a Jewish symbolism expert, and she started looking at this thing. She said, "Okay, now a couple things. So when it comes down to geometric features, a circle is a representation of eternal life, eternity, forever, those kinds of concepts, right?
Right,
But a square, on the other hand, or a rectangle, if it has four corners, it talks about in the scriptures the four corners of the earth, right? She
right,
says that's a representation of the earth. Okay, so this earth life is what it's talking about when you have a representation with four corners with a rectangle or whatever. An octagon, on the other hand, is an intermediary. It is the perfect geometric configuration between a circle and a square. So if you have a circle over here and a square over here, an octagon is the intermediate
right.
geometric configuration, right?
Yep,
Interestingly enough, the octagon is also happens to be the beginning, the primary geometric configuration of the what they call the seal of Melchizedek.
yep.
You ever heard the seal of
Oh,
Melchizedek?
I know. Yep, yep.
Okay,
I'm with you.
you know
I'm
what that
tracking.
is.
Yep,
Okay, and of course, the seal of Melchizedek is really the seal of Christ,
yep.
because the original name of the priesthood was the Holy Order after the Son of God, which
Right.
was changed to Melchizedek because they didn't want to have to
To
overdo
avoid.
the use of the name of God. And so they made, but if you realize that that's actually the name of Christ, basically, his Christ priesthood. And so now a couple other quick things. Number one is that Hebrew is read from right to left
Right,
instead of from left to right. And so when you are doing Hebrew stuff, you usually want to start in the upper right hand corner and work around, but they're always going to go in a counterclockwise rotation when you're looking at stuff.
right.
Okay. So if you're looking at this earthwork and you start from the bottom right hand side, which is where the circle is right there, that's the great
Yep.
circle. Okay, and you see how it kind of comes out. If you're in the great circle and you come out of the entrance or the opening of the great circle, you go into kind of a pathway.
Yep.
Then that pathway leads to another pathway, but the two pathways don't quite connect. They're
Right,
pointing at each other, but they don't connect. The other pathway, the secondary pathway, goes up into a square.
right,
Okay. And then from that square, if you go counterclockwise again, you have one path that goes up to kind of a little holding place there and it kind of dead ends.
yep.
Then you have a second one over on the corner there where it basically comes up and it has a holding place and it goes up to, unfortunately, this Raccoon Creek has flooded that out and kind of destroyed that area before the surveyors got there.
Okay.
So we're not sure if that connected up to that thing that looks sort of like a big road.
Right,
And then you have the third thing coming out of the square on the left hand side of the square, and it comes out and it goes into like this road thing that goes around this big man-made pond, essentially a man-made lake
right,
is what was originally there. Okay, and then those two both converge over to the octagon.
right,
Okay, then you have the octagon, and then from the octagon you basically have this narrow neck thing that goes over and hooks up to the circle.
right.
And as we were showing her this Jewish symbolism expert basically said, okay, so the circle is a representation of eternity, eternal life, forever, those kinds of things. You have the square representation of the earth. You have the octagon as a representation of Christ. And all of a sudden, we started to put it together, and we're like, oh my gosh,
It's a temple complex.
temple complex. But get this. Let me ask you a quick question here, Dave. Um, the plan of salvation, as outlined by Joseph Smith.
Right.
How many other religions share that with us?
Whew. As
None.
far as Christianity, none. Yeah, it's
No.
us.
It is unique in all of not just Christianity. It's unique in the entire world.
Holy
The
cow.
Muslims, the Hindus, none of them have the plan of salvation as we understand it. Right.
And that's what that's mapping out right there.
This has the entire plan of salvation in proper order. If you start with the lower right hand corner, And
Yep.
you start that's the pre-existence.
Yep.
Okay. That's the pre-existence. When we leave the pre-existence, we go out through our mother's womb
Right.
into the path that leads to the earth. But between the earth and the pre-existence, there's a juxtaposition. Basically, we have a veil of
Yep.
forgetfulness. We don't remember the pre-existence because of this alternate path, right? So you
Right.
go into this other alternate path that takes you into the earth life. Then from the earth life, you have three different ways out. Number one, you have spirit prison,
Right.
which is kind of a dead end right there, right?
Yep.
You just
Yep.
preach the gospel and so forth there. Then the second one is you have spirit paradise. When Christ was was hanging on the cross, he says, today you'll be with
Right.
me in
Yep.
paradise to the robber guy, right? We know that paradise is different than what the Catholic Church and Christianity believes paradise is, right?
Right.
It's a holding place. Okay. But why is it a holding place? Because at some point, people have to have their ordinances done to be able to get back to the presence of God.
Right.
But there's a third one here. The third one is those who are born under the covenant or basically receive their covenants while they're on the earth. You check that, you see that big kind of a
Yep.
three-quarter circle thing that's kind of connected onto that path.
Yep.
That was a big it's not a mound, it's a ring with a kind of a low place in the center and then a mound around the outside edges of it.
Holy cow.
That's a checkpoint. You go from earth, you go to that checkpoint, and if you've had all of your ordinances accomplished while on the earth, then you have basically, you notice there's no other checkpoints going along that path until you get over to the octagon.
Yep.
But on the one up above it that is connected to the spirit paradise, that path has check marks all along that. You see that?
Yeah, I do. Yep.
So this is the vicarious route. So there's the
Interesting.
direct route for those who have their ordinances done while on the earth. Then you have a vicarious route for those who didn't have their ordinances done on the earth, and that has to be done, for them.
Right.
So
Right.
baptism for the dead and so forth, right? But ultimately, both of them lead over to the octagon, which is Christ. And then you have to go into the octagon. There's no other way to get into the big other circle except for you go through the octagon.
So it lays out the whole plan of salvation complete with temple theology.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then from Christ, then the only way you can get to the celestial kingdom, basically, if you will, which is the other circle, the other forever, eternity, and those kinds of concepts, is you have to go through the octagon. So the only way you can get back to God is through Christ. This also then shows basically the celestial, the terrestrial, and the telestial kingdoms. It's all in the correct order. You have a vicarious route, you have a direct route, you have the pre-existence, and it's all mapped out in the largest temple complex on the earth even today. And this was
Wow.
made 2,000 years ago.
Holy cow. Woo.
So there you go. So tell me that this isn't that this
Oh,
isn't directed by God.
yeah.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy, right? I mean, this is the moonrise, moon set points of the of this complex. Of course, why is the moon important? Well, according to the Book of Mormon, when the last Jaredite came wandering into the Nephites, basically, this Coriantumr, he says he was discovered by the people of Zarahemla, dwelt with them for the space of
9.
9 moons, which tells you that the Book of Mormon people were telling time based on lunar cycles. This Hopewell Mound Builder complex is based on lunar cycles.
Yeah. Holy
Even
cow.
Native Americans to this day are do things based on the moon. So and
Wow.
why is the moon cycle even important? Well, you got a 28-day moon cycle. If you divide that by 4, that
Right.
gives you 4 weeks of 7 days each. How hard is it then to figure out when the Sabbath is?
Oh, yeah. Holy
Okay.
cow.
So you need a 7-day calendar so you can observe the Sabbath and have your 7 days of 6 days of work and 1 day off for rest for your Sabbath. And if you use a lunar calendar system, it's easy to do it. The
Yep.
Mayans don't have a 7-day calendar system. They had the long count or the short count. Neither one of them are divisible by 7. There's no way to really keep track of a 7-day Sabbath cycle
Yeah.
in the
Holy
Mayan
cow.
calendar.
Whew.
So what about evidence as the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, the great white god, and so forth that are in Meso-America? Because the Meso-America definitely does have that. Now, this painting is really fascinating painting. Wayne May had an archaeologist friend of his that came to church with him, and in the foyer of the church was this painting of
Right.
Christ standing there, basically what clearly is Mesoamerica. And the archaeologist basically told Wayne May, he says, "Well, you never told me that Christ came twice to the Nephites." And Wayne says, well, what do you mean came twice? He says, well, he must have come twice because this is depicting Christ coming to the Nephites, and there in the background is Chichen Itza, and Chichen Itza wasn't even built till 900 AD.
Right.
So he must have come another time, a second time,
Right.
you know? And Wayne just was like, oh, come, oh, sheesh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're depicting stuff that isn't historically accurate at all. And
Right.
it's also in the wrong place. But the Christ in 3rd Nephi says, other sheep I have which are not of this land, meaning here in America, neither the land of Jerusalem, neither any parts of the land round about, whether I've been to minister. So basically, Christ said that his father had commanded him to go to other sheep.
Right.
So there's other sheep. And our understanding is that when Christ was with the Jews, then he came to the Heartland of America. My personal thought is that it would make the most sense for Christ to come to the biggest temple complex that the Hopewell Mound builders, i.e., the Nephites, ever built, which would be then in Ohio. So he's there in Ohio with them, and then he says, and God, my Father, has commanded me to go to all these other sheep too.
Right.
Well, what's the chances that Christ is going to follow his Father and actually do that? Which makes sense then why you have the feathered serpent and all this stuff, Quetzalcoatl and things down in Central America.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, we do know that Michigan copper's been found in Central America, right?
Yes,
And anytime you have that kind of trade, you also have cross pollination of ideas, right? And so
yes,
there's
yep,
not only is that obviously a dead giveaway, the other sheep, but then again, have cross pollination of ideas as well as trading going on. I would expect to see crossover, right? You get back and
yeah,
you're like, you
yep.
are seeing the people I visited when I was trading for this copper, right? They had this, idea of a white god, right? And then it gets told over and over again. You get it.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, so I mean, basically, the primary building materials in the Book of Mormon we talked about in Helaman. You know, this is another thing that just absolutely is incredible when it comes down to, so what did they use as their primary building material? It says the people who were in the land northward did dwell in tents and in houses of cement. Okay, and we need to talk about the cement, but at some point, I don't know, we don't have time. I think we're running out of time for this, but basically they did suffer whatsoever trees should spring up upon the face of the land that should grow up, that in time they might have what? Timber to build what? Their houses, okay, and their cities. Wait a minute,
Yeah.
their
City.
temples?
Yeah.
Whoa, hold on just a second here. In Mesoamerica, the temples are not built out of timber, they're built out of stone.
Right. Right.
Where in the Book of Mormon do you have any buildings that are said to be made out of stone? Zero, not one, not even once. The only thing, in fact, the only time it talks about stone as a building material is when it says they build walls of stone. But here we have
Wow.
in Helaman that they said that their temples were made out of timber, and their synagogues and their sanctuaries and all manner of their buildings. And cement is another interesting one because I'll just address the cement thing real quick. Cement basically is the mixture of slaked lime, basically, and sand, right, and some
Right.
gravel. Sometimes there's gravel in it. And cement does not last very well in northern climates. Cement down in Central America, Mesoamerica, will last for almost indefinitely. And the reason why there's a difference is because you don't have freezing and thawing cycles down in Central America. It never goes below freezing.
Right.
So cement down there will last forever, practically. But what happens is cement here in the northern climates? Well, my house in Provo, the house was only was about 40 years old or something like that. But I was going to have to replace the entire driveway because it's spalled so badly that
Right.
the surface is basically gone. In northern climates where you have water comes in, it penetrates into the cement itself. Cement is very porous. The water gets in there, it freezes, it expands, it breaks the cement up, and literally over the course of about 100 years, cement's going to be completely destroyed. You won't even find, except for you just find the constituent, like the sand and the gravel, but it won't be a cohesive cement slab
Right.
anymore, which is
Right.
the reason why we have to replace even cement overpasses and stuff in our
Yep.
highway systems every about 15 or 20 years. They got to be replaced
Yep.
because
Yep.
cement's not going to last in the northern climate.
Well, and if
Um,
all these structures are made out of wood too, Rod, they'll
yeah.
break down, right? They'll break down. So this
Yes.
idea that we should
Yes.
go in and in these cities and these temples, we should expect to find structures, not necessarily, right? Wood breaks down rather quickly.
Yeah, not at all. In fact, if a tree falls down in the forest someplace, it's usually about 15 or 20 years maximum, and that tree is gone. It rots, it
Yep.
decays. The small insects and so forth get in there and they rip it up. And basically, again, it's freezing thawing cycles. When it gets wet, and then it freezes and it thaws and back and forth, and
Yep.
basically it just the wood breaks down within 20, 30 years. Most of the time logs will be gone, especially smaller ones. Bigger logs may take maybe 50 years, but still they're not going to last 1,000 years.
No.
And here we have even the most bodacious building of the Book of Mormon that's talked about is the grand palace of King Noah. It says he built him a spacious palace and a throne in the midst thereof, and all of it was of fine wood.
Yep. Yep.
There's no stone. There's
Yeah.
not. There's no mention of stone at all in this, right? So, if this is the easiest way to destroy a Nephite city, how would you destroy it if it's made out of wood?
You'd burn it.
Is there any indication of burning happening in the Book of Mormon?
Yes, there is. A lot.
A lot. Yeah, they burn their cities. How do you burn a stone pyramid? I mean,
Well,
I'm an Eagle Scout, and I know that rocks do not burn that well.
yeah. Yep. Yep. You got to burn it. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yep. And even here in Mormon, it says that anybody who wasn't gathered in, they were destroyed by the Lamanites. Their towns and their villages and their cities were all burned with fire. It tells you that they were made out of wood.
Wood. Yep.
All right. And then this is the only mention of a wall of stone in the Book of Mormon. The single reference to use of stone as a building material is in Alma chapter 48. It says that they were throwing up banks of earth round about to enclose their armies and also building walls of stone. So we would expect to find some walls of stone if the Book of Mormon is correct, but we wouldn't expect to find temples made out of stone because
Yeah.
that's not mentioned in the Book of Mormon. I think you mentioned before we want to talk about metals and so forth a little bit, but anyway, so here we have the occurrence of Hopewell interaction sphere raw materials and Hopewell sites. These are just a few sites, but basically they're talking about copper was found at 167 sites in 8 regions.
Yeah.
Silver is found at 32 sites in 7 regions. Iron is found in 15 sites in 3 regions.
Whew.
So these are head plates and breastplates. In order to make iron, you have to have smelting furnaces. In Ohio, there's dozens of smelting furnaces and the archaeologists, Dave, they will not even come and look at it. They refuse to do it.
It doesn't surprise me
There's
as I've read
non-members of
more
the
on that.
church. Yeah, non-members of the church have tried to do it. In fact, there's a guy that for years he's located these sites and found high temperature glazing on rocks, like you see in this image right here. The image up on the upper left hand side and the lower right hand side is actually 2 sides of the same brick. It's a brick that was part of a copper smelting furnace. The entire
Yep.
front surface of that against the molten copper is infused with copper, and the back end of it is just part of the brick. I mean, it's just phenomenal. This is an iron axe head that was found still in its mold in June 30th of 2003 in Chillicothe, Ohio. But they literally dug up this. It looked like a big stone, but it was really heavy. It was like abnormally dense, and so they
Right.
took it. They took a sledge, a small sledgehammer, and just hit it to try to just break it open. They thought it was a stone, and instead it wasn't a stone at all. It was a ceramic mold, and on the inside of the ceramic mold is an iron axe head that had been poured
Holy cow.
as molten iron into the mold. And that's what
Wow.
you're seeing there on the right hand side. They talked about in the Book of Mormon, they talked about we extremely they're spread upon the face of the land, and they had machinery and also in iron and copper and brass and steel. And here are actual artifacts of the Hopa Mound Builder people with gold, copper, and silver. Iron, again, is not going to last because it's going to rust away, right?
Right.
But brass is an interesting factor, and they actually found brass along with some other artifacts when they dug up the Bat Creek stone. But this is actually a silver bracelet. You see that it's
Yep. Yep.
copper bracelet, but it's been completely plated by silver. And according to the people that actually dug this up back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they said that the silver is not just plated around the copper; it's actually been it was a copper bracelet that has been dipped in molten silver.
Wow.
So the plating isn't just just taking silver and smashing it flat and rolling it over the copper. It was actually plated with silver. I mean, we could go into these copper medallions and so forth. There's silver ear spools and so forth that they had. Now, of course, gold artifacts are harder to come by, and part of the reason is it's because if you're an 1800s farmer and you happen onto some pieces of some artifacts of gold, what do you think the chances are you're going to give that to the Smithsonian rather than just buy
No,
yourself a new wagon?
where that's the currency of the day. Yeah, that's a bonus. That's your Christmas bonus right there.
Exactly. I mean, you're going to go buy yourself a new horse
Yep.
or team of horses. You're going to take that gold and give it to the Smithsonian and get nothing out of it, especially if
No.
it's on your land.
No.
So a lot of the gold just disappeared. But it talks about they had precious things. They were ornamented with gold, and they had ringlets and cup and so forth. All of that's in the Hopewell Mound Builder civilization.
Holy cow.
I love this. Now, one thing that we didn't talk about at all, and I'm just going to just touch on it, and that's the plants and animals in the Book of Mormon. Dave, they talked about they had sheep to offer sacrifices. In fact, this is some other information that Amberly Nelson was actually really involved in doing this research. But we know that the Book of Mormon people were practicing the laws of Moses, right?
Right.
And the laws of Moses require certain animals and plants to live it. You have to
Right.
have sheep. You have to have goats. You need to have grapes to make new wine, basically, or even old wine. Okay, we know the Nephites were making wine because they even got the Lamanites drunk a couple times.
Right. Right. Yep.
So, so you had to have sheep to offer sacrifices. And God doesn't really condone making at least that as a general rule, God doesn't condone changing your sacrifice. I mean, how
No.
well did it work for Cain?
Right. Changing the ordinances is
No,
a big no-no.
yeah,
Yep.
right. And so you have to have sheep, you have to have goats, you have to have grapes, wheat, you have to have wheat and barley, or excuse me, you have to have barley. You don't have to have wheat to live the laws of Moses, but basically wheat is mentioned specifically. You also had fine twine linen, which comes from the flax plant. Out of
Interesting.
all of those plants and animals that are specifically mentioned in the Book of Mormon, how many of them even existed in Central America back in the ancient times?
Probably none of them.
None of them. There's no evidence for any sheep, any goats, any grapes, any wheat, any barley. Those things are not even. I mean, wheat and barley won't even grow down in Central America because it's the wrong climate. You need a more temperate climate.
Right.
But all of those things, every animal and plant that's mentioned in the Book of Mormon is not only indigenous, but we have it in the archaeological record that they had it. For example, here's a goat horn made out of copper,
Wow.
made by the Hopewell Mound Builder people. We have metal breastplates. How many metal breastplates have been found in Central America that date into the Book of Mormon timeframes?
None.
Zero. There hasn't been a single head plate. This one in the bottom right hand corner is kind of interesting. This is a breastplate, but it's carved covered over with these beads. It turns out that these beads are actually pearls. They were
Interesting.
freshwater pearls. These people were so sophisticated that they were actually they would actually flood areas, and they were actively growing these freshwater pearls.
Holy
Some of
cow.
these Hopewell sites had as many as 10,000 pearls in one of the burials. Okay, that they had, like in
Whoa.
Site Mound, for example.
Uh,
Um, Breastplates in the Book of Mormon. These are breastplates in the Hopewell interaction spheres. Breastplates were found at 22 sites in 3 regions. Headplates were found in 9 sites in 3 regions.
Holy cow.
There's never been a single breastplate or headplate found in Central America in the Book of Mormon timeframes. These are all Hopewell people, and the Hopewell is what we're saying. They were the Nephites. The Lamanites didn't build cities.
Right.
Did you ever realize that
Yeah, I
they
did.
wandered about in the wilderness? They were in the tents. They were in
Right.
the teepees. They were following the course of the beast, while the Nephites were the agricultural people, the agrarians, right?
Right.
And so they needed to have like these breastplates. Here's a copper breastplate still on the guy's head.
Holy cow.
This is from 1936. Okay, this is another
Wow.
head plate, another guy, and that guy's got a breastplate sitting there next to him as well, as well as some ear spools and stuff. This is look at what they call this thing. They
Hopewell.
call it a head plate.
Oh, wow. Phew.
Okay. And this breastplate's kind of a cool one. This is another cool one. These are copper breastplates. This one I think is really fascinating because this is the one that has the beads on it that I
Yeah.
mentioned were pearls. Why is that significant? Fourth Nephi chapter 1. And now in this 201st year, there began to be among them those who were lifted up in pride, such as the wearing of costly apparel and all manner of
Fine
fine
pearl.
pearls.
Holy cow. That's a
So the
bullseye.
fine things of the world.
That's a
Isn't that
bullseye.
awesome? I mean, here we got a metal breastplate with pearls on it, just like the Book of Mormon describes. And oh man, we could go into the laws of Moses here, and they have the festivals. Oh my gosh, it's just awesome. The animals in the Book of Mormon, animals in Meso-America, they don't line up at all. There's not
Wow.
even one really that matches up. But yeah, here in North America, we've got goats, we've got sheep. In fact, there's ancient, well, not ancient, but it's sheep
Sure.
ram's horns,
Yep.
which are also used for shofars by the Jews.
Yep.
You need to have a hollow horn made out of collagen,
Yep.
and that's of course what to do a shofar
Yep.
that they would blow at during each of these holy festivals and so forth. I mean, there's a shofar. In the Book of Mormon, they talked about they had land skims about their loins, and that wasn't just a few of them. This is when the Gadianton robbers were hanging out,
Right.
and this is a fascinating part of it too. Why would they choose a lamb skin? There were probably more deer. They could have used the deer skin easier, faster. I mean, there'd be more of them, or possibly even elk skin, or I mean, there were moose back in those time frames and so
Right.
forth. I mean, there's lots of different animals they could have used. Why a lamb? And the answer to that is because the lamb is integral to their entire ability to repent of their sins. It's part of the laws of Moses. They have to have a lamb, and of course, Christ is known as the Lamb of God,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay, and he is as he's going like a lamb to the slaughter and so
Yep.
forth, right?
Yep.
Anyway, so this lamb skin is a real important thing. Apparently, the Nephites were living the laws of Moses. They needed these lambs to actually be able to repent. So if you're a Gadianton robber and you want to basically really intimidate, and not only that, but you want to mock their religion,
You would use the lamb skin.
you're going to kill the lambs. You put them on your loins,
Right.
right? And not only are you denying the Nephites the ability to offer sacrifices, you're also basically thumbing your nose at their religion.
Yep. Yep. I can see the correlation there.
You're mocking their religion
Yep.
by killing the lambs. But guess how many lambs have been found in Central America?
0.
No sheep. No sheep at all. But here we have in North America, these are artifacts. What does that sort of look like? What does that look like?
It looks like a lamb, like a ram
It looks like a ram with horns, and the facial profile is the profile of a sheep.
Yep.
Clearly, look at that one.
Yep. Wow.
These are all Hopewell artifacts looking like lambs, and they have the copper goat horns and so forth, like this
Wow.
copper goat horn here in on display there. So the plants and the Book of Mormon talked about barley, wheat, corn, sheum, and neas, and vineyards and grapes, and so forth. Those plants don't exist in Central America.
No, no.
They're not even there. So why and the question that Amber Lee would ask is why would God send His covenant people to a promised land that He was requiring them to live the laws of Moses, and yet they couldn't possibly do it because the plants and animals that are
Right.
required to live the laws of Moses don't even exist there.
Makes no sense. Yep.
And so it's just interesting. Self-sown wheat here found by the Norse around 1000 AD. Barley was a prominent crop among the Hopewell mound builders in Illinois. Okay, barley is important to their calendar system. I don't have time to explain all that, but it's really fascinating how barley is actually a part of their calendar system. And you have to have
Wow.
barley to keep if you're on a lunar-based calendar system, you're always going to be off of the solar-based calendar system. So you need to know when the solar is, so you know when to plant and when to harvest and stuff.
Gotcha.
Well, that's all going to get messed up if you don't have barley. I don't have time to explain that. But they talked about having immense herds of cows. This is from Champlain. Grapes and vineyards for the Kiddush cup, which is part of the laws of Moses. You have to have that. Vinland means the United States. The America was first called Vinland, which means
Right.
vineland. And there's 3 different kinds of grapes that are indigenous to North America, but not one of those is indigenous to Central America. And they kept the law of Moses, the Sabbath day, and again, they have the 20-day count and you have the 13-day count. Neither one of those are divisible by 7. You don't have any way to have a 7-day consistent deal unless you're on a lunar-based calendar system. And of course, the Mayans weren't that way. So when it comes down to all of the plants and animals required to live the laws of Moses, every one of them is available in North America. None of them, except for palms, are available in Central America.
Pretty overwhelming.
Elephant, Book of Mormon. You have Hopewell mound builder pipes that were indicative of the Hopewell civilization, clearly in the shape of elephants. We have back in the Midwest, we have elephants all over the place. This particular mastodon, when I say elephant, I'm talking about elephants, mastodons, and
Yep.
mammoths all combined.
Yep.
Anyway, so this is actually in the Ohio History Connection. There's everywhere in the Midwestern part of the United States, there are elephant remains. I mean, literally, whether you go in Indiana or whatever. We went to a place called Big Bone Lick. They've got elephant stuff there, in it, kind of like the La Brea tar pit, sort of.
Right.
And this is fascinating because this has been a big one for against the Book of Mormon. What about horses? And we could do a whole 2-hour presentation on horses in the Book of Mormon. But this is a pipe that was made by the Hopewell Mound Builder people. And what does that sort of look like? The head of that thing.
Kind of like a horse.
You see that? You see that?
Yep. Looks like a horse.
You put it over the top of the stylized one like that. It's pretty similar. The only thing is where the bowl is, its head is kind of sunken in right there because where the bowl goes. But other than that, it's actually pretty darn close.
Yeah, it is.
Right? Vultures are mentioned in the Book of Mormon. Here we have copper vultures by the Hopewell Mound Builder people. Wolves are talked about in the Book of Mormon. And we have wolves in their pipes as well. So we know that they had the wolves as well. This is a dog or a wolf thing that they made there. Here's a cut wolf mandible. So these are actually wolf jaws that they found in Hopewell Mound Builder sites. So we know that they knew they had to have known about wolves. And they specifically mention them in the Book of Mormon, but wolves are not found in Central America. Coyotes are, but not wolves.
Right.
This is a dog.
Wow.
An actual dog that was buried along with other Hopewell Mound Builder stuff. So we know that they had dogs. And of course, the Book of Mormon talked about a dog going back to its vomit or something, I think it talks about. So it talks about dogs. They had a written language that happens to be Hebrew. We can go into this for 2 more hours about just these stones. They're very controversial, but yet here they are. They're Hebrew. This is a keystone. America on Earth. One of the guy is not even a member of our
Scott
faith.
Walter.
And
Yeah,
he's
I
like
know who he is. Yep.
Scott Walter. Yeah, he's actually an atheist, as I understand it. But basically, he's a forensic geologist, and he did a study on both of this stone, this is called the Decalogue stone here, and also the Keystone, and also the Bat Creek stone. And he's looked at all three of them, and this is what he said specifically about the let's see, which one was this? This was the Decalogue stone. He says, geologically, I don't see any problems here that would make these things obvious hoaxes. The evidence seems clear. There's no reason not to accept these as genuine, legitimate artifacts. And here they are with Hebrew writing on them in Hopewell Mound Builder stuff.
And he's got no dog in this fight.
He got, yeah, no dog in this fight. In fact, this is one of the best ones he did. This is the Bat Creek stone. He actually looked at with a scanning electron microscopy. This stone was found by the Smithsonian in an official archaeological dig, and then it was published in the Smithsonian publication. And then, like 75 years later, the publication was found by this other lady, Henrietta Mertz, and she actually was looking at it across the desk, and she was looking at it upside down, and she realized that the Smithsonian had published the stone upside down. The Smithsonian had said that this was actually some kind of a paleo Cherokee script. But when you look at the stone, you flip it upside down, it's perfectly legible Hebrew characters. So she got, and anyway, so that became controversial. For 75 years, it wasn't controversial. It only became controversial when they started to say, "Oh, there was Hebrews here."
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Then
then it
it
became
becomes an
controversial.
issue. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Then
So
it
when you
becomes
put
an
the whole
issue.
thing together, I mean, it's just fascinating. This is another survey by the Smithsonian. On the right hand side there, you see that one. It looks kind of
Like a menorah.
like a menorah, right?
Yep.
This is actually when it was surveyed. So it has how many feet? Like that menorah is 766 feet wide.
Wow.
That's 7 football fields wide, right? Or no, let's say feet. So that's yeah, it's about 100 feet
Yeah.
per football field. So yeah, it's about 7 football fields wide. No, excuse me, it's 100 yards. Excuse me.
100 yards. So 300
Yeah,
feet. So it's just over 2 football fields long.
yeah, it's about 2 football fields long. So, what would be the reason for that? I mean, look at each one of those things come down to a dead end.
Right.
There's no purpose for that. Also, if you take a look at up above on the top of that, what does that look like?
Looks like a lamp.
Yeah, looks like an oil lamp, right?
Yep.
But it also has a couple of other symbols that are kind of interesting. Just to the left of the oil lamp is a compass,
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yep. There sure
and
is.
on the lower right hand side is a square.
Yep. Holy cow. Again,
And
temple
if I had my longer presentation about this, I could show you that there's also the sheen, which is I think it's the 21st letter of the Hebrew alphabet. It's the first letter in like 3 or 4 of the sacred names of God. And there's a sheen also that was originally associated with this, but this earthwork in Ohio was so completely Hebrew that they actually called it the Hebrew works for many years, and then finally it became so controversial because there's no way the Hebrews could have been here, of course,
Right.
right? And so it became so controversial that the U.S. Corps of Engineers actually came out here with dozers back in the 40s, and they dozed this whole site out of existence.
Oh.
It's completely gone now. But there's at least 2 or 3. Like I said, this was from the like 1851 surveys, and they were
Right.
actually published in books. So we know that it was there. It did exist, but now it's gone. Here's some other oil lamps. This oil lamp here in the lower center of the image here
Mm-hmm.
is actually across the river from Nauvoo. That's where it was found.
Wow.
In other words, in Zarahemla, along with these other artifacts. And then we have the destruction around the time of Christ's death. Basically, we have in 1811, 1812, the largest sequence of earthquakes that ever happened in North America or in the Americas at all.
Right
Over
along.
2,000 earthquakes over the course of about 5 months, averaging 17 earthquakes a day
Holy.
on an average. and it was basically right underneath the Hopewell Mound Builder civilization.
Yep. Yep. The New Madrid.
And we believe we've been able to actually identify and actually isolate the exact event geologically that is being described by Nephi in the Book of Mormon at the time of Christ's death.
Holy
We
cow.
actually can we know what that was. I mean, and how far it affected and what happened. And it's just absolutely astounding with USGS information. The Book of Mormon describes things that happened. There's 28 observations made by the prophet Nephi in the Book of Mormon about what happened at the time of Christ's death. And out of those 28, every single one of them were actually observed in 1811 and 1812 in that sequence of earthquakes. All the way down to the 3 days of darkness was observed.
Holy cow.
It's astounding. I mean, every single aspect. Some people have thought that the only explanation for what happened at the time of Christ's death is a volcano or volcanic eruption of some sort. But there's no volcano mentioned in the Book of Mormon, and clearly, volcano is something that Joseph Smith and his family would have been known about. You
Right.
know, he got driven out of Vermont because of the volcano over there in Indonesia,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Yep. Yep.
Anyway, so we're just about done. The bottom line is that in New York, this is the Antiquities of the State of New York. Okay, by E.G. Squire. He was one of the guys that was originally with the Smithsonian when they did the book on about the Mississippian the
Right.
ancient monuments of the Mississippi Valley. That was in 1849. This is in 1851. In this book, which I actually the image here is actually of my personal book. I actually bought an original copy of this. They have an entire let's see if it's got okay. They have an entire chapter on the bone pits of Western New York.
Holy cow.
It says there are various sizes, usually containing skeletons. In Cambria, Niagara County, that's again Western New York, was estimated to contain the bones of several thousand individuals. What I believe is that the final battles around the Hill Cumorah, that those battles were all over Western New York, and it basically culminated at Cumorah.
That would make sense, right? I mean,
Yeah.
very rarely do wars get contained in one specific small
Yeah.
geographic location.
Yeah, there's
So,
battles and skirmishes going on all
yep.
over the place, and so they have all these the skulls bore marks of violence. They talked about in page 100. It was a pit excavated to a deep depth of 4 or 5 feet, filled with human bones. Hundreds seem to have been thrown in promiscuously, both sexes and all ages. Numerous
So
barbs or arrow points were found among the bones. In other words, this wasn't just a battle; this was an
this,
extermination.
this was an ethnic cleansing.
Yes, yep, this was an extermination. Yeah. So it says in excavating the canal, they're talking about the Erie Canal. That through the bank, another burial place was disclosed, evidently more ancient, for the bones crumbled to pieces almost immediately upon exposure to the air, and the number of skeletons are represented to have been countless.
Holy cow.
And so, I mean, this is pioneer history of the Holland purchase of Western New York. This is a different book that came out in 1849. This is before the Antiquities of New York book by just a couple of years, and it talks about how the author's been to this place. There was a pit filled to depth of 4 or 5 feet, filled with human bones. Hundreds were thrown in, both sexes, all ages. It was a general massacre. And they go on to say that the evidence that this was at least a final battlefield predominate. It says that here was a war of extermination. We may conclude from the masses of human skeletons we find indiscriminately thrown together, indicating a common and simultaneous sepulcher, with age, infancy, sex, no condition was exempt. They killed everyone.
Wow.
And that's from 1849. This is just after Joseph Smith's death when these things were coming out. I mean, look at these massive bone pits and so forth.
Holy cow.
We won't go into all that, but basically, so if you want to get more information, there's so much more. I mean, we go for 2 weeks on our tours, and we cover about half of it, and that's 8 or 9 hours a day for 2 weeks.
That's
So
amazing.
the amount of stuff I've had to leave out in our interview here, Dave, is astonishing. But we covered a lot of stuff, though.
We did cover a lot of stuff. And man, I know you're busy, so the fact that you spent the amount of time you did here with me, I
Four and
can't,
a half hours, brother.
dude. It goes quick though, doesn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, when you're talking about stuff that interests you, it goes quick. Rod, I can't tell you how much
Yeah.
I appreciate you spending your time with me. I know you're busy, but man, this is good stuff. It's important stuff, right? Because as we've talked about all this, it should lead us to one place. And that's first to the idea that the Book of Mormon is real, right? It's
Yeah.
not inspired fiction. It is not biblical fan fiction. It's telling the story of actual people. And I can't think of a better time that I'm going to release this than next week. This Saturday is when I'll release it
Mhm.
because it's not only the week of Christmas, it's the week of Joseph Smith's birthday.
Yes. Yeah.
And
December 23rd, is it?
23rd, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And so people will be listening to this that whole week.
Yeah.
And I can't think of a better episode to do because not only does this testify that the Book of Mormon is real, if it's real, that means Joseph's prophetic calling was 100% real. And the principles and the idea, the principles and the truths that he restored are 100% real. And we can take it to the bank. It doesn't have to just be an exercise of the heart. That's where it should start. That's where you should get your testimony. But these are things that we can point to the validity of our faith and our truth claims as
Yeah.
Mormons across the board. Whether you're an active member of the LDS Church or a crazy fundy like me, you should be able to take this to the bank and be able to rest your hat on the fact that Joseph's prophetic calling was true and that it
Yeah.
all ultimately testifies of Christ. So,
Well, Dave,
hey,
that's the reason why I appreciate being able to come and talk to you. You know, basically my feeling is that anybody who loves the Book of Mormon is a friend of mine.
I
You
feel
know,
the same way.
and I've had so many wonderful friends from different faith groups and so forth that are that all love the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith, and we may have some differences in some areas, but in this area we can be one.
I,
Let's be
I
one.
I've said
Let's
this
fight the
for a
battle for
long
the Book of Mormon.
I've said this for a long time. There is way more that unites us than separates us. And
Absolutely.
what's interesting is as we have I mean, the same issues that the LDS church faces, a lot of them are the same ones that we face, right?
Yeah.
Attacks on our faith. And I found it somewhat discouraging at times that we're more content to fight against each other. Meanwhile, the real adversary of us all is trying to burn down the house, right? I, it, it,
uh,
it's 100% true.
yeah.
So,
I've used that same kind of analogy, but as a football thing, with the Meso-America guys and us, because the Lord has said, if you're not one, you're not mine, right?
right.
And in this geography of the Book of Mormon stuff camp, we're really kind of not one. We got Meso-America, Heartland, kind of going back and forth, um, and and I really just feel like that if we could ever get you know on board with everybody on whatever the truth is, and
Right.
make that happen. How much more we could take the Book of Mormon message to the world, so
Absolutely.
much more powerfully. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But basically back to the football analogy. So I said, it's kind of like here we are, we're all on the same team. And basically, while we're arguing whether we're going to take it up the middle or do an end run or go for a long bomb pass or something or other, while we're arguing about that, the other team is kicking our behinds down the field.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Let's
That's
stop arguing. Just call a play, man. Let's do it.
right. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And look, the more voices out there saying that Joseph was a true prophet, the Book of Mormon is real, and the ordinances are valid, that we can get along all day. I've often said we may not be able to just hug it out on Sundays, but we better figure out how to work together on Saturdays and have a barbecue. So,
Well, I
um,
think we can hug it. I think we can hug it out on Sundays too. We,
I
like I
think we
said,
can. I think we can. Yep.
there's so much more that joins us than divides us. It's really ridiculous that we spend the time waste. I don't know. I shouldn't say waste the time because there's fundamental
Sure.
differences, right?
Sure.
But we can all, at least if nothing else, we can be Christ-like,
Yep.
and we can love each other and help each other and do all we can for each other. And we don't have to all see eye to eye. I mean, I'm going to finish up with that. And that's basically, people ask me all the time, well, doesn't it make you upset when people don't agree with you, and don't get it? They don't, they don't accept your theories or whatever, your model. And I look at them and basically say, you know what? If our Heavenly Father can't get a third of His kids to listen to His plan, then it's not going to bother me too much if a few people
Right.
don't agree with me.
Right. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So
Well, man,
thank
again, good stuff. Thanks for taking the time, Rod. I really, really
you, Dave.
appreciate it.
You
So
bet.
we'll
That's a
have to,
long one.
that
Might want to
that's
break it
okay.
up in about 13 sections or something. I don't know.
No, no, dude, I do long format because quite frankly, good luck explaining anything in Mormonism in 45 minutes, right? I mean,
Yeah,
good luck.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
People have a pause button. They can stop it when they want and pick it back
yeah,
up again.
yeah.
So, but
Well, if anybody wants to learn more about this information, you can go to our primary website is bookofmormonevidence.org.
okay.
And we also have the largest repository of information and research that's ever been completely assembled, basically, which is our streaming website. We have over 1,700 one-hour presentations by over 450 experts in every imaginable field of research on the Book of Mormon. There at that website, it's like, was it? It's like $7 or $8 a month or something for to access all of that. We also have, I have just have it here with me to have the annotated edition of the Book of Mormon. If you want to get a copy of this, it's the most advanced edition. It has the words of Christ are in red, words of
Yeah.
prophets and so forth are in blue. It's reformatted the original text so that it actually reads more like an actual English language book with, when there's direct quotes, it's indented and put in quotation marks, for example. And it
Nice.
has about 260 pages of insights and information and research that it's from the Heartlander perspective. But I think you're going to find it really fascinating. It has all the stuff about the laws of Moses and about the Newark earthworks with the plan of salvation and so forth in it. It's a really phenomenal book. If you go to our website, you can get a copy of that. And then we also have a brand new one that I think some of your audience may enjoy as well. But it's the annotated edition of the Revelations of Joseph Smith.
Nice.
It's basically kind of like the Doctrine and Covenants, but instead of being numbered like our Salt Lake Church does, basically, with the numbering system there. I know that a lot of the fundamentalist groups have different numbering systems.
Right.
So this is basically just goes chronologically as Joseph Smith received these revelations.
Nice.
And it's
Nice.
just phenomenal. It has the words of God are basically in red. It also has, if you can see this, but you have kind of like the greenish color on the
Right. We can see
on
that.
that.
Yep.
That gives you the historical background of what exactly is going on in Joseph Smith's life at the time of this revelation.
So you get context.
So yeah,
So,
it really is pretty cool. And one of my favorite things about this, just really quickly here, is that it has. Let me see here. Come on.
Rod, can you stop sharing your screen for a minute so we can get a better view of that?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're
Let
good.
me go into that sharing. Let's see. Share your screen. Turn it off. Hold on here. Back to the bottom. Stop the share. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's a little bit
All
better.
right.
Yeah. So like an example here. Um, you can see it says that the dates, section number, and location of the revelation. So this is the first one is September 21st of 1823. Joseph Smith's age at the time was 17 years old.
Fascinating.
People don't realize, he started these revelations at 17. This is became section 2. It's on page 1 of this book, and it was received originally in Manchester, New York.
Holy
So
cow.
you have that. Then you have here's the revelation from section 2. It's just really quick, just a little short one, right? But then you
Yeah.
have this whole historical background with Joseph Smith history and so forth, talking about the background of where it all came from. So then you have original letters and so forth that you
Right.
can see
That's awesome.
when these were happening. There's
It,
Joseph Smith Sr.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, it's just a fascinating book. We have this on a special deal. Basically this year we're going to be studying, the Doctrine and Covenant stuff.
Right.
So we've got this out for it's probably going to be the best you know
Sure.
study guide basically
Look,
for Doctrine and Covenant stuff.
between you and I, when I was going to the Book of Mormon evidence conferences when I was living in Utah, I may or may not have bought enough to put one of your kids through college. I haven't yet. I haven't yet broke it to either of my wives how much money that is. When they do ask me, I say, sweethearts, you just go buy some shoes. That's the best thing you can do. Just don't worry about the price. Just buy some shoes. Um,
Yeah.
so,
Well, I don't know
so
about sending my kids through college, but because we usually most all of the money that we've received that excuse me
sure,
that we receive actually ends up going to just increasing the website presence and so forth and doing that kind of stuff.
sure. No, I get it. I was just
We still
making a
on?
joke.
I
Oh
just
yeah,
I just touched something on my
yeah.
screen
We're
and
still on.
okay,
We're still
there we
on. So,
go. Okay.
well, man, yeah, I can't
Hey,
recommend you enough. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, if you nerd on it, out on it like I do, everybody go to his website, bookofmormonevidence.org. Go check it out. There's plenty of stuff there. If you hurry, you might be able to get something delivered by Christmas if you pay the extra money. Um, well worth
yeah, I
it.
don't know about that if it's going to make it.
No, no, I'm pretty sure Rod said he guaranteed. I'm just kidding. No, Rod does not guarantee in
we,
that.
we we can ship it out as fast as possible, but I'm just telling you that the post office this time of the year,
Yeah,
and we usually send it media mail, well, either media mail or whatever, but we can send it faster. But even now, I don't know if it's going to make it. But that's
gotcha.
all you renegades out there.
That's
Love
right.
you guys.
Yep, yep. What, dude? We love you too. We appreciate all the work you put forward into this. I know it's not easy, but and if you ever need a surveyor on a site, you let me know. I'll come do that for free.
All
So,
right,
and I'm
I
in the
take you up on that.
neighborhood. So,
All right.
awesome. Rod, thanks a bunch, bud. All right, bye
Okay.
everybody.